The leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, will likely be heading to the appeal court to challenge the life sentence handed down on him by an Abuja High Court presided over by Justice James Omotosho on Thursday. The indication calendar from Aloy Ijimako shortly after the court made the pronouncement. Correspondent Princess Ken Ochoma has the report.
The long legal battle between Nnamdi Kanu and the federal government came to an end on Thursday at the Abuja High Court, but not without some drama. And after order was restored in court, the presiding judge, Justice James Omotosho, handed down the lengthy judgment. On counts 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, Omotosho opted for life imprisonment instead of the death penalty. The 7 counts against Kanu relate to his secessionist agitations, acts of terrorism, membership of a proscribed group, killing of security operatives, destruction of public property, concealment, and the importation of an unregistered radio transmitter. For count 3, concerning his membership of a proscribed terrorist group, Justice Omotosho James sentenced Kanu to 20 years imprisonment without an option of fine. On count 7, which involved the unlawful importation of a radio transmitter for the purpose of broadcasting activities via Radio Biafra, Justice Omotosho sentenced him to 5 years imprisonment without an option of fine. Speaking to journalists after the judgment, the prosecution counsel and senior advocate of Nigeria, Adegboyega Awomolo, commended the court for the judgment, saying that justice has been served.
Justice has been done. And therefore, Nigerians must, one way or the other, appreciate the judiciary. You remember just last Monday, the president was saying, at any time when Nigeria is in a big trouble or fix, judiciary has always come to the aid to salvage Nigeria. Again, the judiciary has salvaged Nigeria from the claws, from the oppression of the proscribed IPOB. The court has also pronounced death sentence on Eastern Security Network, which was the military wing of IPOB. Today, God has brought an end to injustice, oppression, suffered by our brothers and sisters of the eastern states of Nigeria. They will not be able to sleep with their 2 eyes closed.
But one of Kanu's former lawyers, Aloy Ejimako, faulted the judgment, stating that Kanu will be heading to the appeal court to challenge the judgment.
Today is the only day I have witnessed a man being convicted for mere puffery, for what he said from his mouth, not what he did with his own hands. The verdict is not consistent with the evidence laid before the court. The sentence is overbroad, cruel, and unusual. How can you convict a man for making mere broadcasts from a location that was never named, and he never tied that broadcast to any single incident of violence, or even someone slapping someone, not to talk of terrorism? You did all this, you didn't lay any evidence. I don't know where this whole verdict can be grounded in law, logic, or facts. We disagree with the judgment vehemently.
Completely.
Yes, exactly.
And we are going to fight it from here onwards until justice is done.
Another former member of the legal team, Maxwell Okpara, also described the life imprisonment sentence handed to Kanu as an attack on the Igbos.
This judgment is predicated on our anger. Thank God that the judgment was extreme life and everybody watched it. You will see the anger in delivering the judgment. And it's not predicated on law. Now, I also want to let you know that this charge, that the investigation that gave rise to this charge, was not investigated because Mazen Nandekano's statement, purported statement, was rejected by this court. And they did not tender any document as investigation report. That is to say, the investigation was not, the offense was not investigated. Having said that, also something that happened in court today, Mazen Nandekano filed a matter in court of appeal, and he is asking my lord, that particular matter I filed in court of appeal anchored on this particular issue. Please, can you just suspend this judgment? Let court of appeal direct what to do. My lord refused. Now, on the issue of anger, you journalists will bear with Mazen Nandekano that Nigerian government and the judiciary are not fair to Mazen Nandekano. What do I mean? Nandekano was given judgment by court of appeal. Federal government refused to comply with that judgment given by court of appeal until after 8 days before they appeal against it. When we get to the Supreme Court directed prosecution what to do. Amend this particular charge. Nandekano was saying that, please, can you amend this charge? They refused. With the combined effect of all this, I'm assuring you that this judgment will not stand. So this is a judgment against the Igbos. This is a judgment against the good people of Southeast, and it's because of Mazen Nandekano is an Igbo. You cannot give this kind of judgment to a northerner. You cannot give it to a southwesterner. You cannot give it to another tribe in Nigeria apart from the Igbos. And we are going to start against it.
The view is shared by some others.
He attacked bees and ants. If you like him, if you like, let them put him in Cameroon. If you like, let them put him in Morocco. Nnamdi Kanu have followers everywhere. We don't do what is wrong. We hate nobody. We have not been against anybody in Nigeria. We have cohabited with everybody in Nigeria peacefully, peaceably. There is no tribe that is treated the way we are treated. This nonsense got to stop. If they are no more interested in the union, we can part peacefully. We don't have to kill ourselves. We have intermarried. We have Yoruba wives and in-laws. We have Hausa in-laws. We can part peacefully. They must not continue pushing this narrative. When it comes to an Igbo man, they just keep the law.
Justice Omotosho stated that even though the law permits him to pass a death sentence on Kanu, which is the penalty for such offences, he had chosen to temper justice with mercy, guided by Christian principles to settle for life imprisonment. And despite all his efforts to convince the world that all his pronouncements are firmly grounded on local and international extant laws, many still believe that the trial and its outcome are politically and ethnically motivated, a viewpoint that has been expressed by various parties throughout the prolonged legal proceedings. I am Princess Ken Ochoma, Signature TV News.
Security was tightened around the Abia State Government House in Umuahia on Thursday following public reactions to the federal court's judgments on IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. Armed police officers were deployed to the main entrance and exit points of the complex, a move believed to be precautionary since Kanu's hometown is close to the government house. While the city remained calm, the mood was noticeably tense as residents quietly discussed the ruling. Some expressed dissatisfaction, while others openly disagree with the judgment. Checks across the state showed no reported disturbances, and security agencies maintained a visible but controlled presence. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has described as misleading and inaccurate claims by the Federal Ministry of Labour that substantial progress has been made in addressing the union's demands. In a statement on Thursday, NARD expressed disappointment at a press release circulated by the Labour Ministry officials on November 19, which suggested that a high percentage of the doctors' grievances had been resolved. According to NARD, the ministry's account did not reflect the reality of its negotiations with the government or the conditions that led to the ongoing nationwide strike. It said that a detailed review conducted during its extraordinary National Executive Council NEC meeting on November 17 showed that not a single one of its 19 core demands had been fully met despite ministry's contrary claims. The doctors challenged the ministry's assertion that payment of the 25%/35% CONMES review and 2024 accruement allowances had commenced up to December 2024. They noted that none of its members across the country had received such payments, adding that statements about reconciling omissions amounted to acknowledgement of unresolved problems. NAD also criticized the ministry's statement that issues such as specialist allowances and arrears owed to doctors in federal institutions, including Federal Teaching Hospital, Lokoja, FMC Owo, and the University of Ilori Teaching Hospital, were being compiled for submission to the Budget Office. The Minister of State for Works, Mohammed Goronyo, has expressed the federal government's desire to build on existing cordial relationship with the People's Republic of China in improving its road infrastructure and enhancing the capacity of engineers to deal with modern challenges. Goronyo said this at a meeting with a high-powered delegation from CGGC Global PLC in his office in Abuja on Thursday. The minister stated the ministry's commitment to strengthening Nigeria's road infrastructure through enhanced technical capacity, modern engineering practices, and global best practice solutions. In response, the vice president of CGGC, He Yong-jong, who led the delegation, expressed the company's strong interest in contributing to Nigeria's infrastructure development. He requested direct access to project opportunities, though he expressed reservations about participating through the public-private partnership framework, which remains the officially approved and transparent process for government contract acquisition. The House of Representatives is to interface with the leadership of the Senate over the police pension scheme. The House made the resolution after it passed a bill to exempt police personnel from the contributory pension scheme. The resolution followed a motion of public importance raised by Jesse Onuakalusi, member representing Oshodi Isolo Federal Constituency of Lagos State. Raising the motion, Onuakalusi expressed deep concern regarding the prolonged presence of retired police personnel who have been staging a protest at the main entrance gate at the National Assembly complex for nearly 2 months.
The House is concerned that at this moment, scores of retired police officers and men have been occupying the entrance of the National Assembly for nearly 2 months, sleeping in the open and pleading for attention, yet remain unattended to. A situation that brings embarrassment to the nation and call for urgent parliamentary intervention. The House is concerned that the morale of serving police personnel have been adversely affected by the plight of retired colleagues that is posing a serious threat to the effective policing and internal security delivery of Nigeria. The House recognizes that similar reforms have been successfully implemented for the armed forces, customs services, and intelligence agencies, making their case different from the Nigerian police, who are our internal security officers.
Lawmakers, while debating the motion, said they are particularly troubled by the undignified plight of the retired personnel. This, they said, could significantly impact the morale of officers currently serving in the Nigerian police force.
There was a bill that was to amend the Pension Reform Act, which was brought and considered a very, very, very important bill. But quite unfortunately, there is a very huge resistance also from the establishment. And I'm talking about the Pension Commission and some other vested interests. And I continue to ask if there's anything that the Pension Commission and the established interest will seek to lose if members of the Nigerian police force are allowed to have a pension scheme that does not tie them exclusively to contribution. Because as it were now, a police officer who resigns after 30-35 years in service may as well be earning as low as 30,000-40,000 naira every month.
I think what I'm urging the leadership to do is to liaise with the Senate so that they can expedite action on it, to concur it so that it can be sent to the President for assent. Because Nigerian police are doing their best and we need to appreciate them and support them.
Similarly, the Chairman House Committee on Police Affairs, Maki Yaliman, At the Committee on Pension, Hussein Jalu have assured the protesting retired police officers that their demands have been addressed. Addressing journalists after plenary, both chairmen noted that their demands and agitations were addressed in the bill, waiting concurrence from the Senate.
We look into the bill, we amend it, it passed first reading, second reading, third reading. We engage all the stakeholders on their prayers, and the outcome is fruitful. And we package our submission, we lay it before the House. The House, the leadership passed the resolution to the Chairman, Rules and Business, and they made a memo on 28th of October of this year, 2025. Send it to the Senate for further parliamentarian activities there.
We have met all their demands, first reading, second reading, and close by close consideration of the third reading has been done and transmitted to the Senate. This is the bill.
The bill, when passed by the National Assembly, is expected to address issues like payment delays and administrative bottlenecks in the current police pension system. A professor of mass communication at the ENUGU State University of Science and Technology, Professor Sani Udeze, has charged Nigerian journalists to channel more efforts towards addressing the country's development issues. Professor Udeze made the call in his keynote address at a grand reception organized by the Greater ENUGU Media Professionals Forum for the new chairman of the ENUGU State Council of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Obinna Ogboka. Correspondent Ogone Owalu was at the event.
It was a gathering of media professionals, government functionaries, community and opinion leaders, and the civil society who gathered to witness the grand reception in honor of Obinna Ogboka, who recently assumed the mantle as ENUG chairman in Enugu State. The event provided a platform to reflect on the role of journalists in a society such as Nigeria that is currently battling development challenges. The guest speaker, Professor Sani Udeze, challenged the media professionals to always focus on how to draw the attention of those in power and development agencies to the issues of community development.
You look at it very closely, you discover that the problem associated with low literacy is everywhere. The problem associated with poor health services is everywhere. That is why some people, because of the poverty that they encounter, when they are sick, they will go to a dispenser. You know the difference between a dispenser and a pharmacist? The dispenser gives you anything. The pharmacist gives you drugs based on prescription.
The Enugu State Commissioner for Youth and Sport, Lloyd Ekweremadu, noted that the media is a powerful channel of communication that has the ability to shape public opinion and drive positive change.
The media profession, let me say, similar to the legal profession, is a noble one. Indeed, you are aptly referred to as the fourth aspect of the realm when it comes to a democratic society such as ours. Your role cannot be overemphasized. And to see that we as people of greater extraction have been able to mobilize our media professionals in this most organized way is highly commendable.
The senator representing Enugu West Senatorial District in the National Assembly, Ositangu, stressed the need for collaboration between the government and the media in driving development in the society. Ngwu, who was represented by Dr. Lukumbo, charged the media to always remain committed to helping to shape public opinion and promoting accountability in governance.
And on behalf of the distinguished senator, I'd like to pledge total collaboration and support to your administration. Our doors are open. Anytime, anything, call on us. We'll be there for you. I would also like to use this medium to assure the good people of the Enugu Senatorial District that we continue with effective representation of the people.
Chairman of the Greater Ogun Media Professionals, Regis Anukwoji, pledged the support of the group in promoting good governance and community development in the state. He assured that the members will support the ENUGU chairman Obinna Ogbuka in making his regime a huge success while urging him to strive for excellence.
GAM is an assemblage of professional journalists from across the world who trace their roots to the old organization, comprising of Oji River and Alili local government areas. This event is historic because it serves as a unifying forum and a catalyst for renewed commitment from every journalist of Greater Ogun origin. It challenges us to think beyond the ordinary and reflect deeply on our social and corporate responsibility to our people.
The celebrant Obinna Ogbuka expressed gratitude to ENUGU journalists for the confidence reposed in him and promised to work tirelessly to serve the union and the media community.
I feel like carrying a body and a cross of integrity, a cross of making the good people of Greater Ogun proud at the end of my tenure. And I know I will not do that alone. So I therefore appeal for the support of everybody here.
The highlight of the grand reception was the cake cutting ceremony, where the celebrant and his wife, beaming with joy, sliced into a beautifully decorated cake, surrounded by well-wishers and enthusiastic supporters. From Enugu, Ugonne Owalu, Signature TV News.
Up ahead, Matawale assures rescue operations continue amid Defense Minister's Dubai trip. DSS filed terrorism charges against 7 suspects linked to separatist network. Details of these and more after the break.
We, the family of late Mazi Edmondo Koronkwa of Imamambo in our local government area of Enugu State, announce the painful death of our beloved brother, husband, father, and uncle, Dr. Polycarp Obiora Atba, Associate Professor, Veterinary Medicine, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, aged 53. Burial arrangement, Thursday, 20th November 2025, 6 p.m. Vigil Mass at St. John's Catholic Church, Mbogo, Friday, 21st of November 2025, 7:30 a.m. Body leaves University of Nigeria Enugu Campus, Department of Morbid Anatomy, to his residence at Sekos Layout, Transekulu, Enugu, 9 a.m. Body arrives at his family compound, Oluokwe, Imamambo, for lying in state, 11 a.m. Requiem Mass at St. John's Catholic Church, Mbogo, 12:30 p.m. Interment at his family compound, Oluokwe, Imamambo, 1 p.m. Reception follows immediately after interment at St. John's Catholic Church, Mbogo, Saturday, 22nd of November 2025. Reception and condolence visits continue. Sunday, 23rd November 2025, 9 a.m. Thanksgiving Mass at St. John's Catholic Church, Mbogo. Announcer, Chief Sir Nze Lawrence Akpa for the family.
The Federal Capital Territory Administration will commence enforcement actions on defaulters of ground rent payment and land use change conversion fees, as well as right of occupancy and certificate of occupancy bills next week. Senior Special Assistant on Public Communications and Social Media to the FCT Minister, Larry Olayinka, made this known in a statement on Thursday. Consequently, the FCTA will, from Wednesday, November 26, 2025, commence enforcement actions on defaulters of ground rent payment and land use change conversion fees, as well as right of occupancy and certificate of occupancy bills. The statement said the enforcement will also include all those purchased properties from other people but are yet to register their interests by obtaining the mandatory minister's consent and registering their deeds of assignment. Minister of State for Defense Bello Matawale says the absence of Defense Minister Mohammed Badru Abubakar has not hindered efforts to rescue the 25 abducted students of Government Girls Secondary School, Maga. Responding to public concern over the absence of top security officials, including the National Security Advisor and the Chief of Defense Staff, Matawale said operations are fully active and coordinated. He stressed that rescue strategies are in place and that he remains on ground, working closely with security agencies to ensure the girls' safe return. Matawale explained that Minister Badaru is attending the 2025 Dubai International Air Show with President Tinubu's approval, along with key military representatives. He assured Nigerians that the government's commitment to security remains firm, adding that officials abroad are handling important national duties while he oversees operations at home. Panic spread across Osun State on Wednesday night after social media posts falsely claimed that bandits had attacked travelers on the Oshogbo Iwo Road. The Osun State Police Command on Thursday dismissed the reports. Spokesperson Abiodun Ojelabi said no bandit or herdsmen attack occurred, explaining that the scare came from a minor road accident involving a Toyota Sienna and a bus. According to police, the Sienna driver raised a false alarm after the bus involved in the collision refused to stop, leading some people to wrongly label the occupants as kidnappers. Multiple Facebook posts and voice notes alleged gunmen were operating between Osun-Tedo and Ido communities, but none provided verifiable details, with most users admitting they relied on hearsay. The command condemned the spread of misinformation and warned the public against circulating unverified claims or resorting to jungle justice. The Department of State Services has filed fresh terrorism charges against 7 suspects alleged to be part of a coordinated network operating across the country. In a statement, DSS spokesperson Favor Dozie said the charges were filed on November 19 at the Federal High Court in Abuja. The suspects are accused of providing financial support, logistics, and armed backing for separatist groups. One of them, Ibrahim Larabo, allegedly used his bureau de charge to facilitate suspicious transactions. The agency also announced progress in an older case. Ismaila, known as Mal Tangaran, was convicted for his role in attacks on police facilities in 2012. Justice Mekawete sentenced him to 15 years on 1 count and 20 years each on 3 others. They run concurrently. The DSS added that trials of other high-profile suspects, including Mahmoud Usman and Abubakar Abba, will resume on January 15, 2026, while prosecution of Khalid al-Badawi, linked to the 2011 UN building bombing, is ongoing. Separate cases continue for 5 defendants charged over the 2022 Owo Church attack and 10 others accused in recent violence in Benue and Plateau. The DSS says its new leadership under DG Adeola Ajayi is reviewing inherited cases and expanding forensic-led investigations to support prosecution. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has dismissed claims that it focuses mainly on arresting internet fraudsters, saying its work covers high-level corruption, including cases involving former governors and ministers. EFCC spokesperson Dele Oyewale, speaking at a workshop on cryptocurrency in Maiduguri, said the perception that the agency targets only Yahoo boys is inaccurate. He noted that last year alone, the EFCC arraigned 5 business governors and 5 former ministers, cases that require extensive investigation and resources. Oyewale admitted that internet fraud remains a major threat to Nigeria's economy, but stressed that the EFCC's mandate covers all forms of financial crimes, from procurement fraud to money laundering. He said crimes committed through NGOs also are being recorded in the northeast, and assured that the Maiduguri Zonal Office is intensifying efforts to stop any fraudulent activities. Acting Zonal Director Aisha Habib urged civil society and the media to work closely with the EFCC to strengthen the fight against corruption. And coming up next is business news.
The Federation Account Allocation Committee has shared 2.094 trillion naira from October 2025 revenue among the federal government, 36 states, and 774 local government councils, according to a recent report. The revenue pool consisted of statutory earnings, value-added tax collections, and receipts from the electronic money transfer levy. From the allocation, the federal government received over 758 billion naira, states received about 689 billion naira, while local councils got more than 505 billion naira. Oil-producing states also benefited from the 13% derivation revenue, receiving over 141 billion naira. FAAC noted that several revenue lines, including companies' income tax, capital gains tax, and customs duties, recorded increases during the month. However, value-added tax and some levies saw slight declines. Officials say the higher revenue distribution is expected to give states and local councils additional fiscal room for preserving development needs. Nigeria's newly enacted fiscal reform law has officially brought virtual currencies under the country's tax system. Chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Taiwo Oyedele, announced that digital assets, including cryptocurrencies, will now be taxable under the revised law. Oyedele clarified that while gains from crypto transactions will be taxed, capital market gains remain exempt to encourage young people to invest in regulated financial markets. He noted that misinformation about tax laws has discouraged participation, with many Nigerians wrongly assuming a 30% charge on capital market investments. The reform law also provides a dedicated reserve to ensure taxpayers receive refunds when eligible, a measure aimed at improving trust in the tax system. To boost nationwide awareness, the committee is partnering with the National Orientation Agency to translate the new tax law into major Nigerian languages, making it easier for citizens to understand their obligations under the updated system. The Federal Capital Territory Administration will begin enforcement actions on November 26th against defaulters owing ground rent, land use conversion fees, and charges linked to rights and certificates of occupancy. According to the FCT authorities, the enforcement will also target individuals who have bought properties without obtaining ministerial consent or registering their deeds as required by law. The administration had earlier given several grace periods to allow affected property owners to settle their outstanding payments. The extension for ground rent expired in June, while the final extension for land use conversion ends on November 24th. Officials warned that failure to comply after enforcement begins could attract heavy penalties as the FCTA moves to improve revenue collection and ensure proper land administration practices across the capital. First Bank Nigeria has defended its management of the 200 billion naira MSME Intervention Fund, emphasizing that the loans play a critical role in supporting small businesses across the country. The fund, provided under a presidential initiative, offers micro, small, and medium enterprises access to single-digit interest loans. The bank stated that its participation aligns with its long-standing objective of boosting entrepreneurship and strengthening the real sector. First Bank highlighted that in previous years, it had already disbursed hundreds of billions of naira to SMEs, reinforcing its commitment to national economic growth. The intervention fund, implemented through the Bank of Industry, is designed to cushion the impact of economic pressures on local businesses and promote job creation. Analysts say the initiative is expected to help stabilize the SME ecosystem and support inclusive development nationwide. And that's business news on Global News. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
Still to come, U.S. confirms no participation in G20 summit. Harvard negotiations almost done, says Education Secretary. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking.
Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The United States is considering actions such as sanctions and Pentagon engagement on counter-terrorism as part of a plan to compel the Nigerian government to better protect Christian communities and religious freedom, a senior U.S. State Department official said on Thursday.
Nigeria is a key regional partner, Africa's largest democracy and most populous nation, with whom we share economic and security interests. It is in the United States' interest to work with the Nigerian government on a plan of action to strengthen security for at-risk Christian communities and Nigerians of all faiths whose ability to practice their faith is put in jeopardy by endemic violence and terrorism. We welcome Nigeria's willingness to cooperate following the CPC designation. We look forward to seeing these commitments put into action. The Trump administration is developing a plan to incentivize and compel the Nigerian government to better protect Christian communities and improve religious freedom. This plan will consider U.S. state and Treasury engagement on sanctions, as well as possible Department of War engagement on counterterrorism and other efforts to protect religious communities. The Secretary of State has directed us to put together a comprehensive plan that uses all tools at our disposal, including security and Department of War. And this would be primarily focused on the security that we are providing to the government of Nigeria and how they are deploying their assets. We can also share information and intelligence. We can talk about counterterrorism. And so those are the tools that we are primarily looking at in our strategy.
President Trump took bold action in redesignating Nigeria as a CPC, and that, I believe, has gotten the attention of the Nigerian government. We're engaged in high-level dialogues with them, including this week at the very highest levels. We're planning engagement on the ground, both through our embassy there and other trips, to make sure that Nigerians hear our very important message that they have to do better.
Nigeria is under scrutiny from U.S. President Donald Trump, who in early November threatened Nigerian action over the treatment of Christians in the country. Nigeria says claims that Christians face persecution misrepresent a complex security situation and do not take into account efforts to safeguard religious freedom. He added that Washington was primarily looking at security provided to the Nigerian government and how it is deploying assets as well as the sharing of information and intelligence. In October, Trump added Nigeria back to a countries of particular concern list of nations that the U.S. says have violated religious freedom. He has also said he asked the Defense Department to prepare for possible fast military action in Nigeria if the West African nation fails to crack down on the killing of Christians, and said he was immediately stopping all aid and assistance to Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation and top oil producer. Nigeria, which has 200 ethnic groups practicing Christianity, Islam, and traditional religions, has a long history of peaceful coexistence, but there have been also flare-ups of violence among groups, often exacerbated by ethnic divisions or conflict over scarce resources. The extremist Islamist armed group Boko Haram has also terrorized northeastern Nigeria, an insurgency that has killed tens of thousands of people over the past 15 years. Human rights experts have said that more Muslims have been killed by Boko Haram than Christians. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu dispatched his national security advisor to Washington to meet Trump administration officials and U.S. lawmakers. The Nigerian delegation, which arrived on Wednesday, also includes the country's defense chief, chief of defense intelligence, and head of police. The U.S. government is not participating in the G20 summit in South Africa, despite media reports to the contrary. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters at the White House on Thursday. Leavitt also accused South African President Cyril Ramaphosa of running his mouth, adding that it was not appreciated by the White House.
I'd be happy to explain because there is not a shift. The United States is not participating in official talks at the G20 in South Africa. I saw the South African president running his mouth a little bit against the United States and the president of the United States earlier today, and that language is not appreciated by the president or his team. The ambassador or the representative of the embassy in South Africa is simply there to recognize that the United States will be the host of the G20. They are receiving that send-off at the end of the event. They are not there to participate in official talks, despite what the South African president is falsely claiming.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on Thursday said President Donald Trump would meet with New York Mayor-elect Zoran Mandani at the Oval Office, but declined to outline what the president hoped to hear from him. Leavitt described Mandani as a communist, saying it was very telling that the Democratic Party had elected him.
Look, I don't want to speak for the president or get ahead of this meeting that we are currently working on tomorrow. As you saw, the president put out a statement tomorrow that the mayor-elect will be coming to the Oval Office, and so our teams are arranging those details. I won't get into the president's thinking on it. I think you'll all hear from him directly. I also think I will just add, it speaks volumes that tomorrow we have a communist coming to the White House because that's who the Democrat Party elected as the mayor of the largest city in the country. I think it's very telling, but I also think it speaks to the fact that President Trump is willing to meet with anyone and talk to anyone and to try to do what's right on behalf of the American people, whether they live in blue states or red states or blue cities, in a city that's becoming much more left than I think this president ever anticipated in his many years of living in New York himself.
Negotiations between the Trump administration and Harvard University are closely being finalized. U.S. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon told reporters at the White House on Thursday. The administration has opened a number of investigations into the university to monitor its compliance with the U.S. President Donald Trump's directives, an effort critics say amounts to political persecution.
Negotiations, and I feel very comfortable that we are getting close to having those negotiations finalized. It's been open door conversation all along.
U.S. President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance were not invited to Thursday's funeral service for former Vice President Dick Cheney, according to a White House official. Former U.S. leaders, lawmakers, and other dignitaries gathered at Washington's National Cathedral to remember the powerful and divisive former Vice President, who was a vocal opponent of Trump. Guests included former President Joe Biden and George Washington Bush, as well as former Vice President Kamala Harris and Mike Pence, who served as Vice President in Trump's first term. Cheney, a former Wyoming congressman and Secretary of Defense, was a driving force behind the U.S. invasion of Iraq. As Vice President in 2003, died at age 84 on November 3. Cheney criticized Trump's false claims of victory in the 2020 presidential election and the January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol by his supporters. He endorsed Trump's opponent, Democrat Kamala Harris, in the 2024 election. Trump has not expressed condolences to Cheney's family. The White House has previously said they were aware of Cheney's passing. Flags at the White House have been flying at half-staff.
That was the thing about Dick Cheney. He wouldn't force his opinion on you or demand you do things his way. He might not share his opinion at all if you didn't ask. In fact, he was known to go long stretches of time without saying a single word. But if you watched closely, if you asked questions, if you listened when he did speak, you had the experience of seeing the world opening up in front of you, of looking at things in new ways, of benefiting from his clarity of thought, his ability to crystallize what was important and what wasn't. And he was always surprising. Though he was inspired to service by President Kennedy, Dick Cheney became a Republican. But he knew that bonds of party must always yield to the single bond we share as Americans. For him, a choice between defense of the Constitution and defense of your political party was no choice at all.
In moments of testing, Dick Cheney was the model of concentration, alertness, and composure. His memoir was titled My Time. His time produced an old breed of public servant, defined by their substance and character. This was a vice president totally devoted to protecting the United States and its interests. There was never any agenda or angle beyond that. You did not know Dick Cheney unless you understood his greatest concerns and ambitions were for his country.
Bolivia's Permanent Assembly of Human Rights, APDHB, regained control of its headquarters in La Paz on Thursday after a faction linked to the former movement for socialism, mass government, occupied the offices for more than 2 years, sparking a high-profile vigil and international concern. President Rodrigo Paz attended the handover ceremony next to APDHB President Amparo Carvajal, 85, staged a month-long vigil outside the premises since the beginning of the standoff in June 2023, when a group led by Edgar Salazar seized the building. The takeover drew criticism from rights advocates and prompted Amnesty International to launch a campaign urging authorities to guarantee Carvajal's safety. The NGO warned she had been forced to sleep outdoors without basic facilities and suffered repeated respiratory illnesses. Carvajal's decades-long commitment to human rights has earned her international recognition. Born in Leon, Spain, she arrived in Bolivia in 1971 as part of a religious order and founded the APDHB in 1976 during the dictatorship of Hugo Benza. Since then, she has become a leading figure in Bolivia's human rights movement. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited Israeli troops deployed in southern Syria, drawing strong condemnation from the government in Damascus, which denounced the trip as a violation of sovereignty. At the United Nations on Wednesday, spokesperson Stefan Juravec called the very public visit concerning.
This very public visit is concerning, to say the least. We call on Israel to respect the disengagement, 1974 disengagement agreement. As you'll recall, in the recently passed resolution 2799, the Security Council called for the full sovereignty, unity, and independence and territorial integrity of Syria. This is also an issue that was raised during the recent meeting between Najat Roshdi and the Foreign Minister of Syria.
We attribute immense importance to our capability, both defensive and offensive, here, protecting our Druze allies, and mainly protecting the State of Israel and its northern border facing the Golan. This is a mission that can develop at any moment, but we trust you. And I very, very much appreciate not only what you are doing, but also the fact that your families are mobilized for this. I want to pass along thanks not only from the government of Israel, but also from the citizens of Israel and from the State of Israel. Thank you very much.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Thursday he and the visiting Secretary of the U.S. Army had discussed ways of achieving peace and pledged both sides would work on the points of a plan to end the war with Russia. And that's the news this hour. I am Christopher Lele. Thank you for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Thank God it's Friday. Good morning, and you're tuned in to Signature TV, Signature Morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is Friday, the 21st day of November 2025. Quinsley.
Good morning, Uche.
Good morning.
Of course, today is Friday. I
Yes.
don't know, I'm excited about today. It was the weekend already,
Yes.
and you get to rest and unwind because a whole lot has been going on in Nigeria, and all you want to do is just take a moment and just forget
Honestly,
about it.
looking at all the things that happened during the week, I mean, starting with the PDP, the drama between PDP, the convention, and then we saw the disagreement between the two factions of the PDP. And, you know, remember we were talking about how the party seems to be so bad now compared to what
we used to know before then. And afterwards, we had the stories from KB and Kwara State,
yes,
which is a really sad incident.
And it's sadder. And it's sadder, you know, looking at the numbers, you know, we find number of security personnel being deployed and all the things. I don't know. I mean,
And just to crown it all, what happened yesterday with Nnamdi Kanu being sentenced to life imprisonment? It was a long week in Nigeria. And it's
very,
just funny
very
that all this happened just within 5 days. Who knows what would happen?
Well,
in the next
I think
week.
Nigeria has to have its own reality show,
Exactly,
so that
exactly.
we can see all of these things from another eye. But thank you so much for joining us this morning. In case you missed any of these conversations we had during the week concerning all the issues that trended this week, you can check it out on our social media and also join in our conversations.
All right, so this is where just before we go for the newspaper review, I am Quinsley Rowland, and we will be back just to go through the papers for today. This is still Signature Morning. We are just about to kickstart our newspaper reviews. But before the review, let's look at what the dailies have for us. On the Daily Trust newspaper, boldly written, of course, is Kanu gets life imprisonment after 10-year trial.
Wow, all right. Schoolgirls abduction. President asks defense minister to relocate to Kebbi. Can imagine.
Can imagine. And we have on the insecurity side, over 50 schools shut in Kwara.
Violence in Nigeria affects Christians and Muslims. This is coming from the Pope.
And we have Jonathan's concession in 2015 strengthened Nigeria's democracy, says Tinubu.
And ACF at 25, leaders demand solution to insecurity.
And we have the health workers' strike increases patronage of private hospitals.
Now, finally, on the Daily Trust, despite capacity of 13,625 megawatts, only 3,781 megawatts of electricity gets to consumers.
And over to the Vanguard newspaper, we have the AS Congressman Riley meets Ribadu, security chiefs in Washington. U.S. Congress highlights alleged Christian genocide in Nigeria.
Now, terrorism, court jails Kanu for life. Now, if we look at the riders, we see to forfeit the Biafran radio transmitter to FG. Says his broadcasts incited killings, destruction. Justice in Nigeria, not for Southeast. This is from Abaribe. Ndibo imprisoned for life, the ex-Senate President, Nwabara. Nigeria has different laws for Southeast. This is from the Igbo women, and there is a double standard from Ono. You can find all of this on page 5.
Okay, then looking at the Eruku Church attack, pattern of targeted violence now clear, and this is coming from CAN Can.
Now, Atta responsible for Akwa Ibom's increased allocation from Jonathan.
And now, outrage over World Cup All-Star is time to kick out NFF. And also the Shagun Awolowo is dead, and this is on the page 6.
Now we see national interest, Anya, Aganga, Akande, others chart way forward for Nigeria.
We also have the Lagos raises 244.8 billion naira bonds for infrastructure.
Now let's look at the Guardian newspaper. We can see on page 6, boldly written, we have U.S. lawmakers question Nigeria's capacity to curb violence. I think that's the only headline we have.
Okay, and we have major win for Nest Oil as court lifts access freeze in alleged $1 billion debt dispute. I think that's all we have from the Vanguard paper. Now over to the Nigerian Tribune. Of course, Nnamdi Kanu to appeal as court jails him for life. I knew that was going to be the next step, obviously.
WAEC shifts full CBT exam to 2027, rewards 18-year-old Osun State student who emerged WAEC best overall nationwide.
And we also have grandson of Obafemi Awolowo, Olusegun Awolowo, is dead.
And Kwara Church kidnappers demand 100 million naira ransom on each victim. Government orders school closure in 5 local government areas.
That is a lot.
That's a lot of money for each victim.
People. Crazy.
Wow.
And from the Punch newspaper, of course, boldly written, life jail for Kanu. Southeast leaders rally for political solution. With the writer, Kanu to appeal judgment, Igbo elites to meet Tinubu, how Kanu sparked courtroom chaos before his life sentence.
Now, the Punch says heavy ransom. Bandits demand 3 billion naira to free Kwara churchgoers. So we are seeing 100 million in the other newspaper, and we're seeing 3 billion in the other one.
I think it's an accumulated.
Yes, everything.
So, Auditor General indicts CBN over recycled 29.7 billion naira dirty banknotes.
Alleged genocide. U.S. Congress split over Nigeria's CPC designation.
Okay, so on this one, although madman stabs NSCDC personnel to death.
Wow.
This is on the page 4.
Tinubu governors celebrate Jonathan at 68.
Okay, so over to the Nation newspaper. Written boldly is fireworks in U.S. Congress over Nigeria's insecurity, where the writer lawmakers split on religious labeling of insurgency.
Now, looking at news page 4, we have some headlines. Tinubu sends Matawale to Kebbi, 900 troops to Kwara. And just beside that, DSS files terrorism charges against 9 IPOP commanders linked to Simon Ekpa.
Last but not the least is Lagos allocate 245 billion naira bond to critical infrastructure. I think that is all we have on our dailies this morning. Of course, the Oracle is back and has joined us today for our newspaper review. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Chris.
Wesley. Good morning, Che.
We've missed you,
You're welcome.
Yes, I'm happy to be back, and you guys are looking drapper and suavi.
You look better than we do. You
look well rested.
you look
better.
better.
The period of time you've been away, do you know that so many things has been going on in Nigeria? Could it be because you've not been around?
I didn't go outside Nigeria. I only left the studios. Okay. I'm still within the environment of Nigeria. So everything that happened, I felt it, and I witnessed it, and I know things that have happened. I'm concerned.
Let's talk about the big fish now.
Okay.
Nnamdi Kanu has been sentenced to life imprisonment after 10-year trial. And of course, he is about to proceed for appeal. What do you think about that? Did you see the life imprisonment sentence coming? Or you thought he would be released by now?
You know, in Nigeria, everything leaks. Kanu's reaction in the court shows that he already knew what will happen. Let me give you what made me be talking like this. Major General Uba was sent to the front line to fight. Along the line, he was ambushed with his troop, and he was calling for reinforcement, and he didn't get. And then for the bandits to know that Major General Uba was where he was, there was a story that were asking, who told the bandits? Nigeria is not at home. A lot of things leak. The reaction of Nnamdi Kanu in the court yesterday, I was watching him live, shows that they already know, directly or indirectly, what the judgment will be. But that's by the way. We have sat on this seat for going to 2 years, talking about Nnamdi Kanu and his. Now that the government has taken steps of at least declaring something on Nnamdi Kanu, it's a step forward.
Okay.
Because you can't hold somebody for 10 years in a DSS, custody. The thing has already started affecting. I said here that the way Nnamdi Kanu behaves now, something is already, his psychology is now, his mental state should go be checked. Because the Nigerian Medical Association said he was fit for. But the way you look at the man, it wasn't Nnamdi Kanu that was started 10 years ago, is what we see in court. The way he talks now, he gets easily irritated and is uncoordinated, and he can, something is really wrong. So beyond the fact that you're giving me 10 years, you know that state against one man is the most dangerous thing that can happen in Nigeria.
Of course.
When a state is against you, I keep using the Idi Amin style. Idi Amin is the man who, in the film Idi Amin, Life and Times of whatever Idi Amin that film, I keep referring because if you look through that film that happened over 25 years ago, the life of African leaders is reflected there. The way they handle things. Idi Amin killed his attorney general. He called the minister of health to come and see the head inside his fridge. And he told the man to go and write a report that the man died of a heart attack. And he said, why should I do this, Mr. President? He said, don't write. If you don't write, somebody will write a report that you died of traffic accident. So the man has no choice. That's Africa for you. Much has not changed. Government money for government house. The appeal court, government is held in Nnamdi Kanu. He was in custody. A lot of courts released him and said he is free to go. They held him back. They never allowed him to go anywhere. And they held him in custody and wrote a fresh charge. The one that now is the same government that were writing the same charge. So We don't see anything. We're not challenging. Government is government. The power resides with government, and they are free to use it. We are only reviewing how they use it, whether they're using it for good or bad. Nobody is challenging you. Federal government of Nigeria is led by ENUGU, and they are taking their decision. Like one of the professors in the Nigerian university said, whether they are taking good decision or taking bad decision, they are taking decision all the same. They are taking decision. They've taken decision on Nnamdi Kanu, and they've told us where. So from the decision they've taken, at least we can hold something tangible. They're not saying Nnamdi Kanu should stay in jail for life. They didn't factor the 10 years. That brings in the slow nature of Nigerian criminal justice. Nnamdi Kanu is a prominent figure we are hearing. Many Nigerians are in jail awaiting trial. And if their offense demand about 2 years jail term, some of them have spent 12 years. I witnessed it in Oji River Prison. I was working with an NGO. They went for prison delivery, or what they call it, prison liberation. They went there and saw a young man who stole 2 crates of coke at 9th Mile. He has been in jail for 12 years. Meanwhile, when we look at the constitution, his offense shouldn't attract more than 3 months jail. But he has been in threat. And most ATMs in Nigerian prisons, when you're talking about Nigerian criminal justice system, it's as slow as tortoise, very old tortoise, not even a new one, a young one. So we are seeing everything we are taking and talking about Nigeria brings Nigeria to the fore, and people are seeing how this country called Nigeria operates. And we should reflect on it and not be like what people say we are. Because everything predicted by Nigeria happens that way. It shows, watch out, this will happen, it will happen. Watch out, this will happen, There's a very bad influence for Nigeria. It's a bad impression to create to the world, international community.
Okay, speaking about bad impressions, the insecurity situation seems to be escalating. We had the Kwara incident and the Kebbi, and now we're seeing that the kidnappers for the Kwara church, they are demanding 100 million ransom on each victim. So that should be approximately the 3 billion we saw on the Punch newspaper. And we're seeing that the president asked the this guy to relocate, Matawale to relocate to Kebbi State because of. So, I mean, let's just look at that holistically.
It is not the first time that when this insecurity and banditry will rise to crescendo, and the sitting president will ask the chief of army staff to go and relocate. There are many times even the president himself relocated. During Buhari, he went to Borno, he dressed in camouflage, swag with army swagger stick, and he went there. What this tells you is that the story of the yam thief, the advising yam thief, not to stop yam thievery. And the man is carving the instrument he will use to steal more yam in his heart. The bandits and terrorists in Nigeria are getting more bold. They are the issue of the children eating legendary mushroom. They say, what killed your mother? He said, mushroom. What killed your papa? Mushroom. What killed your grandfather? Mushroom. He woke up in the morning and saw the children holding mushroom. That is what is happening with the. They said, killing in Nigeria is profiled. Christians are killed. And people say Muslims are killed too. We agree. Everybody in Nigeria is being killed now because one be the he-goat does not know who the mother is when the heat is up. So everybody is involved in this. Now the issue is, you can see at this point that the bandits have captured more than 38 people or so, and they are demanding 100 million, and those are Christians. The same people in Nigeria, how many Muslims have been captured and demanded this money? And they say it's not profile. Tell us, convince us. At this point, it's like some people are bent on making sure Nigeria sinks. If a country like USA said Nigeria is designated as a country of particular concern, and people are still doubting it, they said diplomatic, let's talk to Trump and see whether we can. Look at today. Is it that Trump and White House are not reading Nigerian headline newspaper?
But they are accusing the U.S. of triggering these.
What did they trigger? Is it that they are the people who send the bandits? I mean, it's possible. Anything is possible in Nigeria because Nigerians can talk. The fact is that if it is US that they are sending, triggering this, do quick diplomatic meeting with them. I beg, stop triggering. But I don't see any reason why. Somebody said your country is a particular concern, you're not trigger. Is it that Nigeria is not a country of particular concern? Let us be very sincere. Before now, when did the US declare sea peace? How every day in this, you have been on this seat, Uche, for how long? Calculate in your mind the number of people Nigerians killed. Is it not enough to say to yourself, Nigerians will declare their own country of concern? Our security agencies know Nigeria is country of particular concern because Nigerians are being killed, security agents are being killed, everybody is being killed. The only people that are not being killed enough are the big men. They conclude themselves in Abuja speaking Oyibo. Why Nigerians are dying? And that's why we're still talking about this. That's why people will be talking about this. US trigger. This is why America will, very soon, Britain will trigger. Where is Britain? The mother of Nigeria in all this. What have they triggered? They've not made a statement. If you call your Oba, Abatobi will use it to fetch. They will just use it to fetch ash. And that is overnight ash. In Igbo land, overnight ash is a symbol of death and uselessness. Nigeria has called out, declared by action and inaction, directly or indirectly, which all means are shown that Nigeria does not have a value in the eyes of foreign community. And now you expect them to come and embrace you and paint you. Where are all the agencies that are supposed to tell the world what's happening and tell Nigeria what happened and take charge of our stories? And we are allowing people to write our stories, whether rightly or wrongly. Whatever they give you, you take. So I am not involved. Just imagine Nigerians, how many Nigerians who have come, the only succor they have, beyond hunger and hardship, you go to church to pray. And people suddenly will hear gunshots and you are abducted. And you have not even eaten. Probably you are going there like Nigerians are religious people praying to God for daily bread. Food. And they have told you that you will pay 100 million on your head. If any Nigerian had 100 million, they won't be going to church in that time of the day when they were abducted.
And it's not like it was midnight. I think it was still clear as day when it happened.
God help so we need to be very clear about what we are saying. We are the people who fetch this firewood ant-infested. Lizard have come for a visit. We need to take action. All these stories will not help us because every day we are still by our body language and by everything showing the world that we are not at home. And the way you say it, you are not patriotic. If Nigeria is at home, I know. I grew up in this country. I'm not a small person, a young man. I know when Nigeria was at home, but now I doubt.
Okay. So let's look at Auditor General indicts CBN over recycled 29.7 billion naira dirty banknotes. Is that
It's a house against itself. The CBN has the power to either decide to recycle or print money. So I don't know where the Auditor General, is it that the money they recycled was not accounted for? Was it recycled only by CBN director or governor or whoever in charge of the what they call it, the bank, the notes? Whatever the story means, it means a house divided against itself. Imagine at that high level, the Auditor General and the Central Bank of Nigeria. So what can we do? Look at the amount of money that's recycled and the Auditor General is raising a flag. Okay. More could have happened. So let them sort it out. These are all they put this in when we'll be calculating the amount of money that CBN recycled and the Auditor General said is divisive and distractive. They know it is. Once in a while they drop that and we're talking about it and things are still, a lot of water still going under the bridge. Is that the problem of Nigeria?
Of course it's not.
Do we have even worried about, EFCC should worry about corruption. We are talking about hunger and hardship, but now life in Nigeria is the most expensive thing. The resident doctors are on strike. You cannot buy abado and ewa. You can't buy fuel. You can't live in a house. You can't walk the street without being killed. And we say it's a country. Somebody wrote a book, he said there was a country. If you say it, they will think you are against anybody. You are not against anybody. 240 million Nigerians have a stake to make our country better. It's not about Tinubu or people, but they are the lead. They should take lead and tell us what to do. Let it be that we didn't do it. Because if the leaders do not lead well, the followers will not follow well.
True.
That's what we are saying. If it is what they will term as criticism, let it be. We are tired of suffering. We are tired of insecurity. We are tired of marginalization and discrimination. If unfair play in Nigeria, the justice system is meant for some. They have for some, this one for some. What kind of country survives in that country? I would say we are planning for the future. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Thank you so much. I think that's the most we can
okay.
right now. Our time is up already. Thank you so much, Chris, for joining us this morning. And of course, as always.
Thank you, as always. God bless you for having been there with us this morning. Sorry, overtime now, the shouting has not been there, so we have started again. So bear with us, because we are passionate about Nigeria as a country. God bless you for having tolerated us. God bless my angels here. God bless the crew of Signature TV. Join us online and direct to the channel 265 SLTV. We are going somewhere. God bless me too. But remember, God blessing are for those who deserve to be blessed.
Of course. God bless you too,
Thank
Chris.
you.
Thank you so much. And we are handing over to Abuja to take over Signature Morning. We will be back.
The long legal battle between Nnamdi Kanu and the federal government came to an end on Thursday at the Abuja High Court, but not without some drama. And after order was restored in court, the presiding judge, Justice James Omotosho, handed down the lengthy judgment. On counts 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, Omotosho opted for life imprisonment instead of the death penalty. The 7 counts against Kanu relate to his secessionist agitations, acts of terrorism, membership of a proscribed group, killing of security operatives, destruction of public property, concealment, and the importation of an unregistered radio transmitter. For count 3, concerning his membership of a proscribed terrorist group, Justice Omotosho James sentenced Kanu to 20 years imprisonment without an option of fine. On count 7, which involved the unlawful importation of a radio transmitter for the purpose of broadcasting activities via Radio Biafra, Justice Omotosho sentenced him to 5 years imprisonment without an option of fine. Speaking to journalists after the judgment, the prosecution counsel and senior advocate of Nigeria, Adeboyega Awomolo, commended the court for the judgment, saying that justice has been served.
Justice has been done. And therefore, Nigerians must, one way or the other, appreciate the judiciary. You remember just last Monday, the president was saying, at any time when Nigeria is in a big trouble or fix, judiciary has always come to the aid to salvage Nigeria. Again, the judiciary has salvaged Nigeria from the claws, from the oppression of the proscribed IPOB. The court has also pronounced death sentence on Eastern Security Network, which was the military wing of IPOB. Today, God has brought an end to injustice, oppression, suffered by our brothers and sisters of the eastern states of Nigeria. They will not be able to sleep with their two eyes closed.
But one of Kanu's former lawyers, Aloy Ejimako, faulted the judgment, stating that Kanu will be heading to the appeal court to challenge the judgment.
Today is the only day I have witnessed a man being convicted for mere puffery, for what he said from his mouth, not what he did with his own hands. The verdict is not consistent with the evidence laid before the court. The sentence is overbroad, cruel, and unusual. How can you convict a man for making mere broadcasts from a location that was never named, and he never tied that broadcast to any single incident of violence, or even someone slapping someone, not to talk of terrorism? You did all this, you didn't lay any evidence. I don't know where this whole verdict can be grounded in law, logic, or facts. We disagree with the judgment vehemently.
Completely.
Yes. And we are going to fight it from here onwards until justice is done.
Another former member of the legal team, Maxwell Okpara, also described the life imprisonment sentence handed to Kanu as an attack on the Igbos.
This judgment is predicated on our anger. Thank God that the judgment was extreme life and everybody watched it. You will see the anger in delivering the judgment. And it's not predicated on law. Now, I also want to let you know that this charge, that the investigation that gave rise to this charge was not investigated, because Mazen Nandekano's purported statement, was rejected by this court. And they did not tender any document as investigation report. That is to say, the investigation was not, the offense was not investigated. Having said that, also something that happened in court today, Mazen Nandekano filed a matter in court of appeal, and he is asking, my lord, that particular matter I filed in court of appeal anchored on this particular issue. Please, can you just suspend this judgment? Let court of appeal direct what to do. My lord refused. Now, on the issue of anger, you journalists will bear with Mazen Nandekano that Nigerian government and the judiciary are not fair to Mazen Nandekano. What do I mean? Nandekano was given judgment by court of appeal. Federal government refused to comply with that judgment given by court of appeal until after 8 days before they appeal against it. When we get to the Supreme Court directed prosecution what to do. Amend this particular charge. Nandekano was saying that, please, can you amend this charge? They refused. With the combined effect of all this, I'm assuring you that this judgment will not stand. So this is a judgment against the Igbos. This is a judgment against the good people of Southeast, and it's because of Mazen Nandekano is an Igbo. You cannot give this kind of judgment to a northerner. You cannot give it to a southwesterner. You cannot give it to another tribe in Nigeria apart from the Igbos. And we are going to start against it.
The view is shared by some others.
He attacked bees and ants. People will like him. If you like, when they put him in Cameroon, if you like, when they put him in Morocco. Nnamdi Kanu have followers everywhere. We don't do what is wrong. We hate nobody. We have not been against anybody in Nigeria. We have cohabited with everybody in Nigeria peacefully, peaceably. There is no tribe that is treated the way we are treated. This nonsense got to stop. If they are no more interested in the union, we can talk peacefully. We don't have to kill ourselves. We have intermarried. We have Yoruba wives and in-laws. We have Hausa in-laws. We can talk peacefully. They must not continue pushing this narrative. When it comes to an Igbo man, they just keep the law.
Justice Omotosho stated that even though the law permits him to pass a death sentence on Kanu, which is the penalty for such offences, he had chosen to temper justice with mercy, guided by Christian principles to settle for life imprisonment. And despite all his efforts to convince the world that all his pronouncements are firmly grounded on local and international extant laws, many still believe that the trial and its outcome are politically and ethnically motivated a viewpoint that has been expressed by various parties throughout the prolonged legal proceedings. I am Princess Ken Ochama, Signature TV News.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Well, let me welcome you to our Abuja Center this Friday morning. My name is Mwabuz Njoko, and this is Signature Morning. Yesterday, the 20th, I hope I'm correct, of November 2025, Nigeria experienced a major judicial decision. The trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which began since 2021, came to an end at the level of the Court of First Instance. Justice James Omotosho, sitting in Court 7 of the Federal High Court in Abuja, sentenced Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He found him guilty on all the 7 counts preferred against him by the federal government. That judgment is the talking point in Nigeria today. Let me give us information. In the course of the proceedings in the court, the judge had cause to ask Nnamdi Kanu to be removed from the court. Nnamdi Kanu was insisting on certain things to be resolved, but the court said he was being unruly. And the court, of course, has the power ask him out of the court. And so he was outside of the courtroom when he was sentenced. At the end of the sentencing, the prosecution counsel, Adeboyega Awomolo, made comment on the outcome of the proceedings, of the trial. And Nnamdi Kanu's counsel for a pretty long time, Aloy Ejimako, also made comment on the outcome of the trial. This morning, we will take the two comments first, before we come to the studio to look at the sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu, what comes next. Stay with us.
Today, we have come to a final end. Justice has been done. And therefore, Nigerians must, one way or the other, appreciate the judiciary. You remember just last Monday, the president was saying, at any time when Nigeria is in a big trouble or fix, judiciary has always come to the aid to salvage Nigeria. Again, the judiciary has salvaged Nigeria from the claws, from the oppression of the proscribed IPOB. The court has also pronounced death sentence on Eastern Security Network, which was the military wing of IPOB. Today, God has brought an end to injustice, oppression, suffered by our brothers and sisters of the eastern states of Nigeria.
Today is the only day I have witnessed a man being convicted for mere puffery, for what he said from his mouth, not what he did with his own hands. The verdict is not consistent with the evidence laid before the court. The sentence is overbroad, cruel, and unusual. How can you convict a man for making mere broadcasts from a location that was never named, and he never tied that broadcast to any single incident of violence, or even someone slapping someone, not to talk of terrorism? You did all this, you didn't lay any evidence. I don't know where this whole verdict can be grounded in law, logic, or facts. We disagree with the judgment vehemently. Completely.
Yes. Yes.
And we are going to fight it from here onwards until justice is done.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
There's no justice yet. Yes, suspect. The judgment is not based on law. It's not based on facts. It's based on politics. It's based on some tribal primordial sentiments. Just because Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo, an Igbo man has become the person in Nigeria that should be trampled upon. I'm not saying this because I'm Igbo. I'll say it for the House of Yoruba who gets trampled upon. But today we saw an Igbo man being trampled upon, and by God Almighty, we are not going to allow it.
Yes. Now, we've gotten the positions of counsel, prosecution counsel, and Nnamdi Kanu's counsel. And this morning we raised the question, the conviction of Nnamdi Kanu. What follows next? And my guest is Aloy Ejimako, counsel to Nnamdi Kanu. Aloy, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Joko. Thank you for having me on.
Let me first tease you. I've been asking you, pursuing you. Today, I happen to catch you.
Very well.
A good catch, isn't it? You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, this is a serious matter. I need education as I progress. Mm-hmm. Yesterday's trial, yesterday's sentencing followed series of other court processes. In this country, in the course of this trial, a court in this land had queried the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu? Because I understand you lawyers say the process leading to trial should be part of the entire thing. And the court had said,
yes,
since Nnamdi Kanu was illegally, unjudicially brought into Nigeria, his trial has already suffered a setback. Has that position by the court been varied at any level? I just want to be educated.
Well, yes, it was varied at the Supreme Court. That was the Court of Appeal. But then the more important thing we need to consider is that decision by the Court of Appeal extinguished totally, completely, absolutely, and brought to permanent closure the retinue of charges Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was facing up to that point. It extinguished everything, that ruling. So if the federal government wanted to continue with the trial of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, it needed to have started on a clean plate after December 15, 2023, when the Supreme Court upturned the judgment of the Court of Appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
But they didn't do that. They went back, they pedaled back to bring back charges that were practically dead, and charges that were also brought under a dead law, and charges that were completely extinguished by dint of the discharge that occurred at the Court of Appeal. So, despite the fact that the Supreme Court judgment varied or upturned that judgment, it upturned it on one ground only, on the ground that rendition did not bar the Federal High Court from proceeding with trying anybody in Nigeria. But it didn't say expressly or specifically that those charges that were standing against Nnamdi Kanu be brought back, or the charges be brought back under a law that was repealed in as far back as July 2022. So the decision of the Supreme Court came more than a year later, in December 2023. And then you take Mazen Nnamdi Kanu back to court based on a law that had long been repealed.
Now, that is where I also need education.
Okay.
Consistently, I've been following it.
Yes.
Nnamdi Kanu has insisted that if there is a law in our statute books warranting his prosecution, based on which he could be charged, that he will face trial.
Yes.
But there's no law to that effect.
Yes.
Can you kindly educate us on
Well,
that?
I would. If you recall, in Joko, during the military administration, we used to have the Armed Robbery and Firearms Tribunals.
Correct.
We also had the Armed Robbery and Firearms Decree.
Yes, we did.
Now, the punishment or the process for bringing armed robbers and people who allegedly possessed firearms illegally, the process then during the military administration was very arbitrary and very summary, and the process was taken outside of our black letter traditional law to come within the purview of a military decree that did not guarantee minimum fairness. It could be tried in under 2 weeks or 3 weeks and be executed. The same thing for those who were accused of running drugs or narcotics.
Yes.
Now, as soon as the military administration's sunset and we returned to civilian administration, that law also sunset and the law was repealed. So everybody who was standing trial for armed robbery, drug offenses, firearms offenses were brought back into the traditional law, what we have as Criminal Code Act or Criminal Procedure Code. So nobody was facing firing squad anymore. Nobody was facing arbitrary and summary trial anymore. So you even though you were accused of something, you were given the benefit of taking advantage of the new law in place. So nobody was going to pedal back to military era repeal decree to put you under the pain of summary trial within 2 to 3 weeks, not before a panel not comprised of lawyers but military officers, and then you are taken to your village and executed. There's no more death by firing squad here, but we used to have it. So I think this is the best analogy. There was a terrorism and a law called the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2023. The charges Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was facing until he got discharged by the Court of Appeal in 2022, these charges were initiated under that act. Now, I had explained previously that while these things were going on, the act got repealed. So it became a dead law. So now, when the Supreme Court said, well, there is something you need to explain to the High Court. You need to stand trial. We know you are in rendition. That was wrong. But you need to stand trial. It didn't say you need to stand trial under a repealed law. It would be akin to say you need to stand trial if you are alleged to be an armed robber under the Armed Robbery and Firearms Decree that has been repealed. If a court subsequently says you need to stand trial, it means you need to stand trial under the Criminal Code or the Penal Code, and the procedure that shall apply will be the Criminal Procedure Code. Just like we had in 2015 with the promulgation of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015, all the Criminal Code Procedure Code, all the criminal code procedures in place in much of Nigeria got extinguished. So everything that was pending at that time was brought under the purview of the new law. This was the kernel of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's argument that it is jurisdictionally questionable, maybe even a nullity, and it defeats his fundamental rights to fair hearing for him to face trial under a law that has been extinguished. And guess what? That law that was extinguished wasn't extinguished for no reason. The law that replaced it, the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022, was meant to bring Nigeria in conformity with the international best practices in the global counter-insurgency, counter-terrorism effort. For instance, the old law carried the death penalty, but the world community came together and said, well, it's probably too harsh. Let's go as long as life imprisonment. They removed the death penalty. And under the new law, most of the offenses he was charged with carried the maximum number of 20 years to run concurrently. Now, under Section 76 sub 1D3 of the new law, if the terrorist act or if the overt act leading to the alleged incitement of terrorism occurred outside Nigeria, the Federal High Court of Nigeria does not have jurisdiction unless it can be shown by the government that that very act also constituted a terrorist offense in the country where it occurred. Now, on the charge sheet, the allegations made inside of these 6 counts of the charges, 7 counts, 6 out of them carried allegations of broadcasts made overseas between 2018 and 2021 when Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was not here. They are the ones that indicated that window of 2018 to 2021. So if you made that indication that basically said that you, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, made a broadcast and you didn't mention the location of the broadcast, you made a broadcast that led to incitement of terrorism or commission of act of terrorism in Nigeria, you need to also mention the location
where it was made,
so that in our proceedings in the court,
it can be then established whether in that country,
to the strict proof, whether the broadcast, say for instance, if made in Kenya, whether that level or that nature of the broadcast is also a crime in Kenya. If you said he made it in Britain from British soil, is it a crime in Britain to make such a broadcast? If the answer is yes, then the Federal High Court has jurisdiction, and it's called extraterritorial jurisdiction. If it's not crime at the location where the broadcast was made, then it's not a crime.
Now, I pardon me to interject, because Nnamdi Kanu also was insisting on the factor of the court not having jurisdiction. Was it based on this?
Yes, that's one of them. There are several other grounds. For instance, if I begin to rule out the grounds between wait a minute. What we are talking about here is now the Supreme Court judgment that remitted this case back to trial did not do a whole-scale remittal and closed the window for Nnamdi Kanu to advance his defenses or preliminary objections. He said it at between page 47 and 58 of the judgment that the defendant is entitled to his defenses before the High Court or to advance any objections. And one of them was an objection based on section 220 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, which again brings us to the absence of the location of the offense. Non-lawyers may be wondering why location is important. Location of an offense is always important because that is what grounds jurisdiction. So when you don't indicate location where the offense occurred, say for instance, something happened in Sokoto, and it comes within the local judicial purview of Sokoto courts. When you miss that location or the situs,
you will deny that court or that.
Yes, it brings into question the jurisdiction of the next court you take it to in Kaduna. So if you say somebody did something and there is this suspicion that it happened in Sokoto and you are not disclosing it, you begin to wonder why the prosecutor is interested in Kaduna or trying a case in Kaduna trying an offense that allegedly occurred in Sokoto. So it's a judicial question that challenges the territorial jurisdiction of the Federal High Court here. Do you understand?
I do.
So, and sometimes lawyers call it the rule of double criminality. And again, under the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, you are not permitted as a government to confuse the accused or the suspect with the way he drafted the charges against him. You have to be explicit, clear, avoid ambiguities and vagueness and overbroadness, so that the accused will be well informed of what he has done. That also will enable him to effectively defend himself. Any of those missing informations which misleads the accused brings into question the authority of the court to proceed with that trial. And the absence of the situs, location of that offense, confused Mazi Nnamdi Kanu here. So how do you defend something that you don't know where it's occurred?
Now, we followed the proceedings all throughout yesterday.
Yeah.
There are two things I also again want you to educate us on. We have not come to what next, but let us be educated before we ask you what next.
Okay.
His Lordship said that the sentences were run concurrently. But there was one 5 years, one 20 years, one life imprisonment. What is to run concurrently?
Well, if you're all concurrently, you're looking at about 20 years.
About 20 years.
Life imprisonment is about 20 years with good behavior. It could be more with bad behavior and all that, but you need to sit down and crunch the maths, the mathematics, and get the exactitude, the exact number of years. But you are looking at minimum of 20.
It was minimum of 20, and this trial began. Nnamdi Kanu has been in the custody of the government since 2021. This is 2025.
He's going to get credit for that.
He's going to get credit.
And for the 18 months he spent between 2015 and 2017.
If that.
So he'll get credit of about 6 years.
About 6 years.
Yes.
Thank you for the education. Now, I will also watched the prosecution counsel stridently tell his lordship that Nnamdi Kanu should be sentenced to death.
Yeah.
That is the job of a lawyer, maybe. But in this conversation, you said that death sentence is not part of the new law accepted internationally.
Exactly.
How did this death sentence come up?
How?
Yes, why should it come up? Because his lordship already knows if they're applying the current law.
Does the lordship really know? I mean, he might have known, but the court evidently closed its mind.
Okay, in other words, this trial then did not go on based on the current law, but on the extinguished law.
That was our main contention. That was the main contention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that this trial be conducted under the current law. I mean, is it asking for too much? Why are they pivoting on the old law? Because they wanted to get a death sentence.
Now you're a lawyer.
It was very clear.
Please, you're a lawyer. You have not appealed. I say you're going to appeal. We're going to discuss that currently.
Yes.
But does it make legal common sense that a law no longer exists? A new law is in the statute books, operating, and the process decides to go back yesterday to try a case or today. Does it make sense?
It doesn't. Anyway, let me break it down. Some new laws do carry what we call savings clauses. And under Section 6 of the Interpretation Act, the repeal of a law does not necessarily mean it is totally extinguished or its application has sunset totally.
Even when there's a new law replacing.
Exactly, because that new law may contain a savings clause. This very new law, the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act that was enacted in 2022, carried a savings clause under Section 98 that saved acts performed under the old law. Completed acts are acts that were still ongoing. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case was no longer ongoing as of October 13, 2022. That was when his case ended by discharge. Discharge of a suspect or a defendant ends his case. If you're discharged today, Njoko, you may be lucky enough, if no bureaucracy occurs, you go home from the court house. You don't go back to jail. I mean, you might go back to jail to pack your things, but you might wax proud and say, "Why am I packing my things? I will send one of my boys to pack my things." You go home from the court. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was discharged on October 13, 2022, they took him back to jail. They never released him. They never obeyed the order. Equity requires you to have clean hands. This is a man that was discharged. You held him tight until you appealed, and then you went and got a stay of execution of the discharge judgment within 2 weeks. Or let me say within 13 days. On 26th, you got the thing to be stayed, the judgment to be stayed. And you held him in detention since then. And this is despite other rulings of courts around the country and the international community. So the federal government never had clean hands in this prosecution. That's my concern. My primary concern really was the federal government, not the court. Because the courts lack the jurisdiction to initiate criminal trials except when you commit contempt in the face of the court. But the government, the executive branch, the presidency, the attorney general have to take a case before the court So the prosecutorial, the aggressive prosecutorial policy towards Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was very baffling to me. And I was questioning why. And guess what? I found out why. It is tough being an Igbo man in Nigeria. It's tough for me. Being Igbo in Nigeria is very tough for me. I know what I passed through. I know the opportunities I have lost. So when it comes, I didn't know that this thing could be extrapolated to criminal prosecutions. It was very vicious. The prosecutorial policy levied against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was very vicious, and you had to ask yourself why. Just because of mere broadcasts made from a foreign soil. Are you trying to tell us that if the witch cried at night and the baby died in the morning, is the witch that killed the baby? He made a broadcast and certain acts of violence was committed, or acts that you term terrorism was committed in the southeast, and you're linking the two. I don't believe there's any nexus, because nobody who committed such acts, you have thousands of alleged IPOB members, alleged ESN members in your detention facilities across Nigeria, including the notorious Wawa barracks in Niger State, where they are tortured, and Tiger Base in Owerri. And none of them, since 2015, has pointed a finger at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, despite confessions he obtained under torture. Nobody has said, I attacked a policeman, I attacked anything, I shot somebody because of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's broadcast. There was no single witness brought to say that. there was no single documentary evidence indicating that. And then you left that aside and you pivoted to NSAS. And you now convicted Mazen Nandekano for his remarks. Even though some people said incendiary, a lot of people made incendiary remarks during NSAS. Uloshoyinka supported NSAS. Foreigners supported it. Twitter founder Dozie supported it, and they created a very viral hashtag for it. And nobody has ever been convicted of NSAS protest except Mazen Nandekano. So begin to ask yourself why. The answer is as obvious as it can be. It is tough being an Igbo man in Nigeria, and this is what is fueling the agitation that is at the bedrock of all these things. And you think by jailing him, you know, it's a magic bullet that will solve all these problems? No. I think he's going to create more discontent. I hope that people will remain calm and not resort to self-help. But when a segment of your citizens, a very big segment as Igbos are, some people put our population between 50 and 70 million, if you count those in the diaspora, they're not happy with you. Your alpha males are not happy with you as a country. You talk with them. You don't seek to jail them, or you don't seek to subdue them through the instrumentality of, you know, putting the poster boy for their yearnings and aspirations and angst and discontent in jail for life. It will be tantamount to jailing the entire tribe. So I think the federal government needs to, retool itself, go into a rethinking mood and ask itself some political questions. Not legal. This matter has never been legal. If any, the legal aspect of it was very scintillant, very small. Much of it has quantum political content. So the federal government needs to double back and say, hey, what are we doing here? Maybe this conviction has opened a new opportunity for a political solution.
We'll come to that presently.
Yes.
But let us go back to the legal.
Thank you.
I'm sure that you followed when I played back a clip from the interview granted the media yesterday.
Yes.
You said that the conviction, the sentencing cannot stand before any sound law.
Yes.
And that we're heading on appeal.
Exactly.
Why would you be appealing?
Do they appeal?
Yes, why would you be appealing? Let us know why you're appealing.
We're going to be appealing.
Yes, why would you be appealing?
Pretty soon. We have this morning I obtained the CTC of the judgment. It's 144 pages. We needed it to be able to effectively draft our grounds of appeal. So the appeal might be going in Monday or Tuesday. That is how passionate we are about it. But recall that yesterday there was a congressional testimony in the United States.
Yes, there was.
Where a member of Congress in real time picked up this conviction and criticized it and cited it as one of the evidence that indicates that there is a general persecution of Christians or Judeo-Christians in Nigeria. The persecution is either, you see, with persecution, a lot of people don't understand it. The government may not persecute you directly, but when the government is unwilling or unable, reluctant to stop your persecutor, it's also indirectly persecuting you. That is the standard set in America. That is the standard set globally. So when Americans allege that there is Christian persecution in Nigeria, and Nigerian government gets defensive, they don't understand. They indicate their lack of understanding of definition of persecution in the Western world or in the eyes of Americans. If you are being traduced, oppressed and suppressed by a non-state actor that the government is either willing or unable to control, then you are a victim of persecution. Now, coming to the appeal, we have several grounds dancing inside my head.
Yes.
But we needed to really go through, zero in on them, go through the judgment and, sift them out so that it would be articulate. So I can begin to tell you one of the general grounds.
Yes,
Number one, the conviction violated the rule of double criminality. Secondly, the verdict and the sentence are not consistent with the evidence laid before the court. Third, the court said Mazen Nandekano did not make his defense. He partially made his defense. He did not lead any direct witnesses or testimony, but he elicited evidence for himself through cross-examination. For instance, one of the witnesses lied under oath and is before the criminal court now. Here, we have laid a direct criminal complaint to a magistrate court, which is a procedure. Complaining is in the record. He admitted under cross-examination that he was meeting Mazen Nnamdi Kanu for the first time in court that day. But this was somebody who was introduced and presented as a staff of the DSS who had interviewed Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. And one of the witnesses answered, I don't know, whether 87 times. So there are issues in the testimony, in the evidence that we elicited through cross-examination that weighed in favor of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, and those were totally ignored by the trial court. That's a ground of appeal. And then there's this gaping question, very nagging, whether a trial court has the authority to reach a verdict or sentence on a criminal matter over which he never considered whether he had jurisdiction or not. And then, of course, we come under the capture all, which is section 36 of the Constitution, and question whether Mazen Nnamdi Kanu actually received fair trial. So these are some of the grounds we are
now
going
in
to
definition, in the definition of who is a terrorist.
Who is what?
A terrorist.
Yes.
By the law.
Yes.
Did the evidence provided by the prosecution establish Nnamdi Kanu as a terrorist? So I listened to the prosecution counsel thanking his lordship for saving people from a terrorist of an international dimension.
Okay.
And all the acts that have grounded the economy and brought hardship to the people of Eastern Nigeria and all that. You have handled this case all this time, all this while. By law, who is a terrorist? And by Nnamdi Kanu's conduct, does he qualify by the definition of that law?
No, hardly. It doesn't even come close. Let me put it in layman's language.
Yes, please.
If you really want to know who a terrorist is, you look at those terrorists up in northern Nigeria that come to meetings with government officials fully armed. Okay? Fully armed with AK assault rifle and other projectiles. Those that do the kidnappings, the killings of Christians in the north, Boko Haram, Eswap, Lakubura, or whatever, they have all kinds of names. That is terrorism. Barefaced terrorism. Making a broadcast from a foreign soil is not an act of terrorism, unless you now want to exaggerate. I gave you the example of a witch crying at night. If that makes the witch a terrorist or a killer of the baby, then you have your definition of terrorism according to the court that convicted Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. He never even came close. Not at all. There was no nexus. There was no real connection between the broadcast. Even though the court found the broadcast to be inflammatory or incendiary, you can make that determination. It's up to you to do it. But convict a man for uttering, people will say, words have consequences. Yes, but not terrorist consequences, as in this very situation. Do you understand? So you just don't pluck it like that. And that's why I'm telling you, I mean, because it was said by an Igbo man. Gumi, I don't want to be mentioning names. You have a whole lot of people in Nigeria, mostly from northern Nigeria, who say all sorts of things. Religious leaders intimidating people, and they walk free. They are in open dialogues with those that actually met the definition of terrorism on national television, and they don't take any action against them. But you introduce a man who made some broadcasts from some foreign soil, and you never link the broadcast to any particular terrorist act, and you convict him as a terrorist. It's wrong.
Now, this morning you have said Nnamdi Kanu's part of his challenge may be that he's an Igbo man. That from your own personal experience, it's tough being an Igbo man in Nigeria. I do not want to push that narrative. That I want to ask, because yesterday one of your colleagues also said that people should not take law into their hands.
Yeah.
Can you please make a plea to that?
Because
this is high level sentiment, and unless people like you who've been following this case all along,
yes,
you are being involved.
Exactly.
Try to educate on the likely consequences setbacks such a behavior could cause. Some sentiment could swell, and the unwanted could happen.
Well, I said it at the very beginning of this interview. People shouldn't take the law into their hands. I know people are angry, because you have to recognize that there's a problem. There's a problem of general discontent in the Southeast. It's there, simmering below the surface. So we don't need a tinderbox. This thing that happened yesterday, if we are not careful, could have been the tinderbox. So I will say it here categorically to my people, to my fellow Igbos. Well, I know you are angry, but don't take the law into your hands. Please allow the process to play out. We still have two fora, the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. And of course, we have the international community putting their mouth into this problem. So there is no justification for someone to resort to self-help or to jump into the street and start, producing some violence. We don't do that. Igbos are not like that, because it will be self-defeating. It will be an act of self-immolation for you to start burning your businesses and your houses and killing each other or whatever. Don't do that. Keep your anger. You are angry. It's justified. But let us channel that anger, or channel our search for justice, our quest to justice within the framework of the law. Let's not resort to unlawful acts.
Let's not resort to unlawful act. I just asked him one more question. My producer just gave me a signal. He said I don't have too much time. In fact, I've almost blown my time. Aloy, in the course of this conversation,
yes,
you said that just a little bit of Nnamdi Kanu's trial is legal. Much of it is political. Can this be resolved politically?
Yes, I made it clear. I always have maintained the position since 2021 that this is more about politics than law, than legalities. And I think it's evidence, stark evidence of a distorted counter-insurgency, counter-terrorism policy of the federal government. It cannot have such a counter-insurgency, counter-terrorism policy, apply one which is more liberal to northern Nigeria and the one which is more strict to southern Nigeria. If you close that window, political solution will come. Once the federal government begins to see the southeasterner, the Igbo man, the way it sees the northerner or the westerner, the issue will be resolved, because you now start talking to the southeasterner, to the Igbo man, just as you are talking to the northerners who are involved in more serious more serious insurgency, more terrorist conduct that is open, that the optics are there for the public to see. That one doesn't need a definition. You see barefaced terrorism. But this one in the South is, you can say, for lack of a better word, is more latent. Okay? So, but you have a more strict policy towards the Igbo man. When it comes to the Igbo man, if you close that gap and regard terrorism as an equal opportunity offense that requires equal opportunity treatment, then you begin to see the opportunities for political solution. And then number two is you look at the core. What led to all this? There's a cause and effect. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu or whoever, or IPOB, or those you are calling terrorists in the South, didn't wake up one day and start doing some act that you allege they did. What is the reason for that? They are agitating for a separate state, and they're asking you to give them a referendum. See, when you are alpha males, when your citizens are agitated, that's where the word agitating, they are agitated. They have this growing discontent. You don't lock them up, invite them to a table and talk to them. You can talk them out of it, or reach a position where everybody will get to say yes and agree. Then you have the unity that you desire. Or you have a bit of loosening up, something of an Aburi arrangement, or everybody might say, let us all go our separate ways. But by all means, you do not solve such problems by resorting to muscular law enforcement. It doesn't work. It makes the problem worse.
Who should be talking to who in this political conversation?
I
I just want to, what I'm asking the question is, politicians from the southeast, they are in the mix. With whom should they be talking? The federal government, with whom should they be talking? If we're looking for a political solution.
The buck stops at the president's table. Tinubu was elected for a reason, to be president. This is one of the reasons. Southeast is a component part of the federation. Even if a politician or any politician in the Southeast is telling President Tinubu not to explore the opportunity or the avenue of a dialogue, he should tell him, no, don't tell me that. This whole country is under me, the entire nation. You're going to create political problems for my people of Southeast. He should rise above any primordial things like that. So you cannot have a consensus. Some politicians in Southeast may have some selfish reasons for, making sure things don't come to settle. But the president should have that large heart. The same large heart that propelled the negotiations they are doing up in the north, which probably is not supported by many people, including the international community. So whatever is happening in the Southeast is more attractive for negotiations, for dialogue, for presidential intervention with a big heart, despite any wranglings, internal wranglings in the Southeast, or reluctance exhibited by any Southeast leader or politician.
I'm going to extract one last word from you before I thank you for coming.
Yeah.
You've consistently interfaced with Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes.
What is his desire that he has told you?
His desire is, let me be honest and open with everybody. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu desires good governance, justice, fair play, level playing field for all, not just in Igbo, not just in Biafra. He hates injustice with a passion. So you can say, in a sense, Biafra is the means to an end, not the end itself. If you begin to, there was no Mazi Nnamdi Kanu agitation during Obasanjo years. Nobody ever wondered why. No agitation by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu during Jonathan years and Yar'Adua years. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu used to be a chieftain of Apga in the United Kingdom. I saw videos of him making remarks about Nigeria and having high hopes for the country. So people will have to ask themselves what changed. What changed was in 2015 when Buhari came to power and decided he was going to rule Nigeria with two faces. One face for the people he favored and the other face for the Igbo man or for the Biafra. He had disdain for the Igbo man. Buhari did. For the Biafran, he was, doing all sorts of things that Nigerians would not like to remember today. So this was what lit the fire of the agitation. So if you bring back, it tells you one thing. It's a formula. It's almost scientific. If you bring back good governance, justice, fair play, level playing field, and stop making people feel like they're second-hand citizens, you can do business with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in one single nation. But if you don't do that, he will persist, and there will be more people like him.
Can I ask you a pointed question? If these things are done the way he is requesting, or he has told you that's the way he wants them, is Nnamdi Kanu willing to be a Nigerian citizen?
I just basically almost said it indirectly. If you bring justice and fair play, level playing field, and stop all this crass discrimination and tribalism that all these things are bogging down the nation and constituting a drag on the nation. It's a big monkey on the back of the country. If you remove it, that was why I gave you the example of Obasanjo years all the way to Jonathan. He never had pain about Biafra or Nnamdi Kanu or agitation. Do you understand me? So it is injustice in high places that fuels agitation. Somewhere I told someone Nigeria is the reason for Biafra. What I meant by that is that the way Nigeria is being run, if you run Nigeria well and we have the capacity to run Nigeria well. Human beings, we are imbued with evil and good, capacity for evil and good, but we suppress that part of the evil. Why don't we bring out the goodness in us and make that impact into the governance of the country? So that way you would need all these agitations in the board, and you may be able to do business with Mazin Nnamdi if you treat everybody well.
Before my last word this morning, I think it's important for those of you who may have joined us midstream in this program this morning to listen again to what transpired in the court yesterday and what the prosecution counsel and defense counsel said. If my producer is ready, can you please let us in again into what those two parties said yesterday?
Today, we have come to a final end. Justice has been done. And therefore, Nigerians must, one way or the other, appreciate the judiciary. You remember just last Monday, the president was saying, at any time when Nigeria is in a big trouble or fix, judiciary has always come to the aid to salvage Nigeria. Again, the judiciary has salvaged Nigeria from the claws, from the oppression of the proscribed IPOB. The court has also pronounced death sentence on Eastern Security Network, which was the military wing of IPOB. Today, God has brought an end to injustice, oppression, suffered by our brothers and sisters of the eastern states of Nigeria.
Today is the only day I have witnessed a man being convicted for mere puffery, for what he said from his mouth, not what he did with his own hands. The verdict is not consistent with the evidence laid before the court. The sentence is overbroad, cruel, and unusual. Incidents of violence, or even someone slapping someone, not to talk of terrorism. You did all this, you didn't lay any evidence. I don't know where this whole verdict can be grounded in law, logic, or facts. We disagree with the judgment vehemently. Completely.
Yes. Exactly.
And we are going to fight it from here onwards until justice is done.
Yes, yes, yes.
There's no justice yet. Yes, suspect the judgment is not based on law. It's not based on facts. It's based on politics. It's based on some tribal, primordial sentiments. Just because Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo. An Igbo man has become the person in Nigeria that should be trampled upon. I'm not saying this because I'm Igbo. I'll say it for the Hausa or Yoruba who gets trampled upon. But today we saw an Igbo man being trampled upon, and by God Almighty, we are not going to allow it.
Yes. Aloy, thank you. Your last word. Well, I would say this, that Nigeria has a new opportunity now. A lot of times when something happens, something bad happens, you look for the silver lining, you look for an opening, a positive dimension to that bad news that may provide an opportunity for a new beginning. The conviction has occurred, the sentencing has occurred, but they can occur. Awolowo was sentenced for treason in 1963 under questionable circumstances that mimics this one. The political leaders between Gowon and Ojukwu, there's a debate as to who took that decision, but at least he was under Ojukwu's protection in Southeast, and he saw to his safe passage from Southeast back to Lagos. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in prison. He was also convicted under circumstances that smacks of vicious politics. But under de Klerk, he saw an opportunity as a statesman to make amends, and he did. And Nelson Mandela went on to become the president of South Africa. Back in the United States, Martin Luther King was traduced many times. He was arrested, water hosed, put in jail, but in his name and because of his efforts, in the 1964 Civil Rights Act that ended Jim Crowism in America and segregation was promulgated. And today, America enjoys a good measure of racial equality. Ditto for Mahatma Gandhi in India. He led India non-violently to freedom and ended the British Raj of 500 years in India. He too went to jail in South Africa and India. But when things came to a head, the closure was very good for everybody. India attained its independence under his very strong guidance in 1947. Yesterday, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted unfairly. He was also sentenced unfairly in what I consider to be a very cruel and unusual manner. But that's the judiciary. Sometimes they say the judiciary has no soul. But the government does have a soul. We have an executive branch that is the most senior brother of the three branches of government that we have. So, Mr. President, Your Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I urge you to see what happened yesterday as a new opportunity to bring this nation to peace and tranquility, in particular the Southeast. If you take up this matter of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with wisdom, with which everybody knows that you're imbued with, and bring it to the table and discuss it out, I think the situation will ameliorate. Southeast will be happier, and you'll be happier, and the whole nation will be happier as well. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Ms. Chief Njoko, and thank you, Signature TV, for bringing me on. I would like to return back.
Aloy, thank you very much for investing your time with us.
My pleasure.
Great, you're
Thank
welcome.
you. Thank you.
My name is Mwabos Njoko. This conversation never ends. Enjoy the rest of your morning. Let's return you to ENUGU for a continuation of Signature Morning. Good morning from Abuja.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished the Wait, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. Now, today being the 21st day of November 2025, we are celebrating World Television Day, a day recognized by the United Nations to highlight the importance of television in our lives. While it might seem like an ordinary device in our homes, television has played a major role in shaping society, spreading information, and bringing people together across the world.
Television began in the early 20th century, and by the mid-1990s, it became a common part of household everywhere. Over the years, it has evolved from black and white screens to colorful, high-definition smart TVs. But its purpose has always remained the same: to open a window to the world.
Through television, we experience news, sports, entertainment, documentaries, and educational programs that keep us informed and connected.
World Television Day is observed on November 21st. The United Nations created this day in 1996, not to celebrate the device itself, but to honor the medium of television as a power tool for communication. Televisions help shape public, raises awareness about global issues, and encourages cultural understanding.
One of the greatest strengths of television is its ability to reach people everywhere. In many parts of the world, not everyone has access to the internet, but a television set can still deliver vital information.
During emergencies, natural disasters, and major events, television becomes a reliable source of updates. It allows millions of people to share important moments at the same time, helping us feel united even when we are far apart.
Television has also been an important educational tool. Children's programs, science shows, and documentaries have inspired curiosity and learning for generations. During the COVID-19 pandemic, for example, television was used in many countries to broadcast lessons when schools were closed, proving how valuable and adaptable the medium still is.
Of course, like all media, television must be used responsibly. Issues such as misinformation or too much screen time remind us to think carefully about what we watch and to verify information. Media awareness is essential. As we celebrate World Television Day, let us celebrate television not just as entertainment, but as a powerful bridge that connects people, cultures, and ideas. Let us use it wisely, learn from it, and continue to value its impact on our world. Happy World Television Day.
Happy World Television Day.
Okay, so without further ado, we have our guests who will be joining us later on Zoom today to have a conversation on what is trending about the Nnamdi Kanu's case. But before then, we'll go on a short break and we'll be back.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Prominent gospel singer Nathaniel Bassey and Pastor Jerry Eze have called for urgent action against rising insecurity in Nigeria, urging the government and security agencies to tackle terrorism, banditry, and kidnappings. Nathaniel Bassey also expressed concern over the nation's security situation, stressing the need for accountability and decisive action. He urged the government, armed forces, intelligence agencies, and citizens to unite in confronting criminals. The call for the religious leaders follows recent violent incidents across the country, including the attack on the Christ Apostolic Church parish in ENUGU, Kwara State, where suspected bandits killed at least 2 people, and the abduction of 25 students from Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School, Maga, in Kebbi State, during which a staff member was killed. The attack have drawn widespread condemnation with other prominent figures in the entertainment industry, including actors and comedians, also urging the government to take immediate steps to address the insecurity. Popular Nigerian actress Bukola Aruba has tackled the Kwara State First Lady Olufolake Abdulrazak over her stance on the recent church attack in the state. A branch of Christ Apostolic Church, CAC, was attacked by terrorists during a church program that was streamed live on Tuesday, November 18, 2025, at Eruku local government area of Kwara State. 3 people were reported dead, with an unconfirmed number of worshippers abducted alongside the pastor. Reacting to the tragic news in a video shared on her Instagram page on Wednesday evening, the actress tackled the Kwara State First Lady Olufolake Abdulrazak for tagging the incident an attempted attack despite the live video. Contradicting the First Lady's claim, the actress, who is a native of Eruku community, stated that 3 of her family members were abducted and still with their abductors. In a video shared on her Instagram page to address the First Lady, Bukola Aruba accused her of downplaying the seriousness of the event, insisting that the attack was deadly and carried out successfully by the terrorists. Famous Nigerian musician Davido has reacted to the abduction of secondary school girls in Kebbi State and the church attack in Kwara State. Reacting to the frightening attack in a statement shared on X, Davido said that no family deserves the pain of death. Expressing concern over the security situation in Nigeria, the singer stated that acts of violence must never become a norm in the country. Popular social media activist Martins Vincent Ose, widely known as Very Dark Man, has publicly condemned President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in a forceful video posted on his Instagram.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking.
Thank you so much for staying with us. You're still watching Signature Morning on Signature TV. Still on the case of Nnamdi Kanu. Just a few moments ago, we spoke with his lawyer, Aloy Ejimako. And now we have joining us via Zoom Dr. Ifedi Okwinna, who is the Executive Secretary, Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group, to give us more insights on his thoughts about Nnamdi Kanu's conviction. You're very much welcome. Good morning. Dr. Okwinna, kindly unmute your microphone so we can hear you properly.
Can you hear me?
Right,
yeah,
I can hear you. I can
loud.
hear you now. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, first of all, Dr. Okwinna, I would like to get your thoughts as, you know, a prominent Igbo intellectual and leader. How do you interpret this conviction of Nnamdi Kanu?
Well, I think I made Nnamdi Kanu take to another level because I, for one, believe that the federal government ought to have two political options. Going to the extent of convicting Nnamdi Kanu is trying to make him an important, very important part, as if anything happened to him now. And he has elevated a freedom fighter in the mode of Nelson Mandela. I see from politics. I agree that Nnamdi Kanu is suffering on behalf of all of us. But the most important thing is that this has made us to see a freedom fighter or somebody act for self-determination and being labeled a terrorist. And as a terrorist is convicted for life. It is an unfortunate development which nobody envisaged. But be as it may, we have to look at it from the point of view of where the federal government is. In most cases, there's the federal government, although there's politics beyond politics of security, politics of business, politics of development. There are certain decisions you take at every particular point in time that the government ought to know. And the judiciary, on the other hand, ought to know before they take certain decisions. Well, I know technically it's going to be tough for other courts to turn this judgment around because the technical team of Nnamdi Kanu somehow played into their hand. I know for the case that the secretary laid down his case, the case as we are. We would have respected lawyer like Kanu should be fully technical aspect to frustrate that case. But immediately it came to the point of relieving his lawyers of their services and trying to defend himself, and we got it wrong at that particular point in time. Because if somebody is against you, that person is against you. And when you know that court of second instance and the final court, you will have precisely prepared. Not where that is about to show not disposed to be fair. And his team ought to have prepared a second level and the final level. But unfortunately, that incident lost kind of like the respected having the lecturer and the expressive, which I know would have allowed such a matter. But unfortunate as it is, the federal government must be sure that they want to develop Nigeria as it stands today. But it's an important component of Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Ifedi, let's look at the legal strategy and appeal that Nnamdi Kanu is going for. How strong is his appeal, and what strategies might his lawyer also use in order to go forth with this appeal?
I just said earlier, a while ago, people the week, even I'm not a lawyer, but I know that there are issues it's like not defending the case at the very well the court of first instance. And when that situation happened, the court of second instance found the Supreme Court verified to approve your case otherwise. And that's why I don't believe the best is that we must continue to pursue the political boundaries of Nigeria. Not the legal. I may not have faith in the appeal and subsequent appeal to the Supreme Court. So because that case is bad from the first instance.
What about the position of the Southeast governors? Because it seems that throughout this whole saga, and since everything has been playing out, it seems we've not really heard from the Southeast governors, both individually and as a group. So what do you think about that, and where do you think that the Southeast governors stand in all of this?
Well, I think now the given have been given. It holds a lot of us on the service to come together and see how we can help Nigeria. I know that some people believe in allowing the sharp process to get to this point, and that it may be premature for them to have come in at that particular point in time. Of course, some of them know we are doing some other grand lobby for this part, but there are politicians, and some of these politicians allow certain things to be. It doesn't mean that they are aloof to it. They're not aloof. They know, official, they know very well that the sentence of Nigeria will not be an approved for service. It's not going to be good for their governments because life will continue to be hard. And from the business point of view, businessmen, we are losing billions and billions naira every single day. Why this continues to so the government is doing very well, and the government definitely do something. The leadership of the people will probably come up at this particular point in time, and then let's see how the people, like I say, the more the people is coming.
All right, then let's look at the political impact and how this would actually affect the IPOB group. What will this sentencing mean for IPOB? Do you think it's going to galvanize support, or it will actually weaken the strength of the IPOBs?
Well, I don't think I'm not a member of IPOB. I may not hazard against, as it were. But when the leader of a group is imprisoned, two things are possible. The first one is that those groups may go underground and then become stronger and harder. Believing that they have nothing to do again, their leader get an option. That's the immediate option. The other option is that they may, of course, get another leader who may shape the direction of the struggle. Or in that way, the remote states is very disapplied. So, but she said, I've shown that when a person, leader of a group, campaigning for either for free riders or self-determination application, and they can, some people don't easily give up. They are of the action, increasing or even cleaning the leadership don't change much. So in the case of IPOB, I don't see it going on that. The only thing is that as leaders in service and our businessmen in service, we move on all of us to continuously work and find the solution to solve this problem.
Now, looking at the court's treatment of this Kanu's case, I mean, listening earlier to his lawyer, Aloy, when he made mention of the judgment being more of a political thing than legal. So I want to know, are you of the same opinion? Do you see the same thing the way Barrister Aloy Ejimako saw it?
But since I told you that the Kano's defense was very weak, it is not so easy just the opportunity to apply political. I didn't really predict it. He tried to join himself. He not being a lawyer, he not have certain certificate. And one thing with these judges is that they keep quiet, even when you're provoking them. And they only manifest when they give judgment. That was what actually happened yesterday. They manifested his annoyance of Kano's carrying apparently affected judgment. And like I said, because we did not pursue the technical order, which I know the lawyers are competent, led by who I so respect, and good and the rest of them. I know to pursue the technical order, either to delay further that case or to try to stabilize it. But unfortunately, we got exposed. Now they can be exposed by the action. So it gave the opportunity to follow the line he followed.
All right then, Dr. Okwena, thank you so much for joining. We'll go on a short break and we'll return. Just stay with us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
before we went on that break, we were speaking with Dr. Ifedi Okwinna, still on Nnamdi Kanu's conviction. Now, Dr. Okwinna, before we pause that conversation, you were replying to a question I asked about the conviction being political as opposed to legal, from what Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer said this morning from our Abuja studio. So we weren't hearing you properly. So can you please repeat yourself?
Okay. I said, what I said actually was that the mood of the judge at any particular point in time sometimes affect judgment. Immediately, Nnamdi Kanu took over his defense directly himself. It became very clear that there was an affront. The judge felt not comfortable with that situation. And if you have watched those proceedings, you will have seen some altercations in between. And most judges will keep quiet and wait to the judgment date. And I think that was what really happened. He wasn't really looking at legal option. He was not even looking at the ways the case was. Of course, the prosecutor has laid out his case. I don't think Nnamdi Kanu did argue his case excellently. And he thereby exposing the judge to using whatever he wants to give the judgment. Of course, he has to bend down to political consideration, has to bend down to emotional consideration, he has to bend down to the personal animosity or personal view, the way he viewed the whole situation. Because there was no legal argument propagated on both sides. That was why I say the time Nnamdi Kanu lost Kanu Agadi was a time actually the case got to some weaker point. Because what I personally do as a lawyer, what I expected was standing on the side of technicality to either delay further that case or to not grant that case while the legal option continues. But immediately the lawyers were eased out by Nnamdi Kanu and he took over his defense personally. The case was exposed. He became more exposed. And I think basically that was all. And then that emotion came in and then that politics came in and that was the judgment.
All right, Doctor. Are there concerns about fair trial in this case? I'm talking about given the fact that his trial dragged for 10 whole years and also with various judges.
Pardon, let me get you clear.
I'm asking, from the human rights concerns, are there actual concerns about fair trial, given that he has been in trial for about 10 years now, and it's not just one judge, that we've had like various judges on this particular case?
Nobody is talking about fair trial now because the trial couldn't have been fair if you have detained somebody and kept that person on trial for a very long time before the judgment is just being given yesterday. Judgment delayed is justice delayed is justice denied. That's a normal euphemism. They delayed this, they incarcerated him, they dismembered him, they stripped him naked, they got him emotionally disorganized, and then they got him to not, his comportment was affected. And then technically and legally he made some mistakes. Of course, that was what they were looking for. And they got it. And immediately they got it, they used it to name him. So I think on the human rights angle, it's very, very unfortunate that they have to try that case for this length of time. And they got what they want. They got it by disorganizing and dismembering Nnamdi Kanu to be able to use it to nail him.
Given that the court has labeled Kanu as an international terrorist, what do you foresee as, the security implications of all of this? Do you think that this sentence could provoke a greater unrest, or, serve, or on the other hand, serve as a deterrent to this separatist agitation? What do you think will be the effect on the security situation in the Southeast?
I think it's called for all of us. The effect will be ominous. Of course, we know that. And all we need at this point is for us to really understand that solution must be found to this. And we cannot take it from the face value of it. Nobody will say there will be no side effect. There's no negative effect. There's no impact. There should be reaction. There are bound to be reaction. But the way we contain it is what we as a people, that's what makes us leaders. And I would rather call on Eastern leaders, Southeast leaders, everywhere we are, to come up and talk to our people, definitely. Now the animal free. You remember, Nelson Mandela was there for 27 years. And he came out and became president. Life was going on for that 27 years until he came out. It was effectively managed. The apartheid regime was able to dismember and disorganize the African Congress. And then for those number of years, the apartheid reigned supreme. One day, apartheid collapsed. And when it collapsed, Nelson Mandela was released. And upon release, he marched to become the president. So these are things we must tell our people, that Nnamdi Kanu being incarcerated or being sentenced for life does not mean that he's going to die there. It does not mean, of course, this is just the court of first instance. He will appeal, definitely. The appeal will, from there, possibly go to Supreme Court. And while this thing is going on, political options are being negotiated. And even if the worst case scenario, the Supreme Court, at the end of the day, they say, okay, he will still go in for life, we will know that there is judgment of the court and there is judgment of God. Which means somebody sentenced to life today may end up stay there for just 1 year. It has happened. That's when the God factor come in. Everything, like I say, is political. The president has just released granted amnesty to even Boko Haram extremists who were jailed, who were sentenced. Some of them were even sentenced for life. Some of them were incarcerated for some time. Then a certain president has come in and not only releasing them, but giving them amnesty. The same day, if this president don't do it, which I'm sure he may do it before 2027. But if this president don't do it, there will be a president that will come and say, no, Nnamdi Kanu will not be there. After all, he doesn't deserve to be there. There must have been error in judgment. And because this error has come, I, as a president, I will not only release Nnamdi Kanu, but I will set him free by granting him amnesty. This is possible, and this is what we will tell our people as leaders, so that they will not take laws into their hand. Because what the system wants is to provoke the Southeasterners the more. If you provoke them the more, the Southeasterners will react. The Nzobu factor must be curtailed. We will tell our people that this Nzobu factor must be curtailed. Onye ndị iro gbara gburugburu na-echendu ya nchemgbe niile. If you have enemies surrounding you, you must have to manage yourself. We as leaders.
Can you hear me, Doctor?
Yes, I can hear you.
Doctor, can you hear me? Do I have your attention?
Yeah,
you had just mentioned that this could actually, upset the Southeasterners. Now, what are the security implications for the Southeast? With this being said, we remember that some time ago we always had the sit-at-home policy that went on every Monday, and some days that whenever he goes to court. Just in a nutshell, what's going to be the security implications in the Southeast?
What I say is that this situation may upset the Southeast. It may not upset it. There's every likelihood that it will upset it. But I'm waiting for us talking about what leaders do by making sure that we are at this level be able to try to stop it early before it became progress. If we keep quiet and not doing something, it will impact manifest more. But we must actually use the Nelson Mandela option to be able to tell the youth and the IPO family that it's not the end of the day. A freedom fighter or a person who is pursuing self-determination, we know that it's a marathon. You can be, when you set out to do it, you know that there are two things that are possible. You may be killed or go to jail, or you may succeed and become a leader. In some cases, the option for that is that they're not jailing him. But there's a possibility that the process of being judged, one day there will be a pharaoh that may know Joseph, and that pharaoh may stand free. And that is why I'm telling us that we will tell you that we should not allow carrot fight to our own time. Since that home is taking us to billions of naira every month, they will lose billions of naira. The economy of Southeast actually between 2015 and now has nosedived. By 2015, Southeast, in terms of GDP, was the second largest in Nigeria. We are just next to Southwest. But today, my sister, the Southeast is number 4. We are only head of North Central and Northeast, ravaged by Boko Haram. And as I speak to you, North Central is at the hills, chasing us. They may overtake us any moment from now. That would be fortunate. That would now be the 5th economy in terms of in Nigeria, these geopolitical zones. So that makes doom and great impact to us. So we must, as a people, make our people to know that we must apply so many options. Land must be free. Let it be on at the background at the back of our mind that we will be free. We will not go to kill ourselves, destroy ourselves. But like I said, they want us to make mistakes, and we should not allow to make mistakes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ifedi Okwenna. Thank you for joining us this morning and also contributing to these particular subject matter. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
All right. Pleasure is ours as well. Our guest was Dr. Ifedi Okwenna, who is the Executive Secretary, Southeast Business Investment Summit Group. And of course, he joined us to talk about the Nnamdi Kanu's conviction and what is next as he is going to appeal. Of course, this is where we draw the curtains for Signature Morning. In the ENUGU studio, we are moving over to Abuja to continue the Signature Morning show. As always, don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. We are always live on YouTube 247 and on SLTV channel 265. I am Quinsley Rowland.
And I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwa. It's a pleasure to have you join us. Good morning.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello and welcome to the Abuja Center this beautiful misty morning in the Federal Capital Territory. My name is Nwabuzi Njoko and this is Signature Morning. I'm not misty in the face, I'm rather bright in the face. Now, why am I doing that? Because I want to see whether I can untie a particular knot that seems to be getting tighter and tighter, at least from my own observation. And what is it? Now, the All Progressive Congress is rolling out the drums in celebration. Opposition parties are collapsing into the APC. The entire state apparatus of Delta State, if you remember, moved into APC, including a former vice presidential candidate of almighty PDP. Or the entire structure collapsed into APC. And that was a cause for political celebration. Then, just a few weeks ago, the entire ENUGU state moved en masse from governor to senators to members of the House of Representatives to the state legislature to ward chairmen, and all of them transferred their loyalty and the entire structure into APC. Now listen to this. A sitting governor, Governor Adeleke of Osun State, has woken up and said, I endorse Tinubu for presidency in 2027. And Soludo Abga of Anambra State says, it is Tinubu's APC that should win the 2027 presidential election. Now watch it. There are two fears. First fear that I've expressed earlier is Nigeria gradually moving into a one-party state since opposition is collapsing. Now the more important question. Each of these collapsing structures is carrying with it power interests, political opportunity interests, ambitions, power control points, and they're all entering into one basket. And biologists tell us that when there are too many rabbits in one hole, the rabbits will begin to bite their tails. APC, the APC hole, can it accommodate all these rabbits with all their political interests and ambitions, some of them looking at being president in how many years to come? Some of them be looking to become vice presidential candidates. Every one of them is likely to want to be minister. There are those who are looking towards being the governor. And there are limited spaces. APC has limited tickets because positions are limited. Will these dogs of war not begin to turn against themselves? That is the issue this morning. Can APC manage all the power interests collapsing into it? Is the party strong enough to determine for itself what it wants fairly, freely, not even when tough men are all entering? This morning, I have Bala Ibrahim. Bala Ibrahim is the director publicity for APC. He tells the APC story. Bala, welcome to the program.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Chief. It's my pleasure being with you this morning.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sure that you're one of those singing the beautiful song of it is well with APC, because you're harvesting so many people coming in. I mean, it's a pride that you will soon become Africa's biggest political party. Are you celebrating?
Yes, indeed. In politics, the ambition of every political party or politician is to increase in quantum, increase in number, increase in reach, and increase in the celebration of the distribution of democratic dividends. That is the ambition of APC, not just as a political party, but as a progressive party. A party that has big ambition for the country and for democracy. So when we get to a situation where more people are beginning to understand the mission and vision of the party, and they begin to understand that the party we belong to is the vehicle of choice for those who really want to see improvement in democratic atmosphere, we have no reason not to celebrate. We celebrate not just because of our increase in number, but increase in the dissemination of information that enriches democracy. And that is where we are today. We are very happy that more people are beginning to understand what our party is doing, and they are appreciating what we are doing, as a result of which they are changing the banner to the party that is doing that which is expected of democracy.
But people join political parties, as you just said, because they understand. APC has a philosophy. APC has its driving objectives. If I'm a Roman Catholic, I will be praying Hail Mary. If I'm a Muslim and I understand, I won't trifle with the name of Allah, and I won't trifle with the name of Prophet Muhammad. Are you sure that all these people coming into APC really are people coming because they understand the philosophy of the party, or are they opportunity seekers coming to rent APC to arrive at where they want to arrive?
Well, Chief,
are they convinced people?
There is a difference between religious doctrine and political doctrine. Religious doctrines are ordained and dished out by God, and you have to go by the dictates of that doctrine. No change, no substitution, no negotiation, no compromise.
But when you believe, you join.
You have to have faith, and an unconditional faith. You submit to the will of God. No change. In politics, there is a difference. The doctrines are not doctrines that were dished out by God. These are doctrines that are written and dished out by people according to desire, according to wish, according to circumstances. And these circumstances are not sacrosanct. They change with time. Now, when the drums change, the dance
they
too,
also change.
They change. If you are a good politician, you must have an ambition. And your ambition is to get to do something that will fulfill the wishes of your people. How do you do that? You want to seek a route, a road that will be easy, convenient, and will show you the deliverables. If the road you are following or the path you are following is embedded with dangers or obstacles, and you cite an alternative and safer route, wisdom dictates that you follow that route, provided it gives you the opportunity to deliver those things you have ambition of delivering. So in politics, you will see people changing. They change side, they change sign. It is not a sin. Or like in religion, if you change side and you change sign, it may be a sin. So there is nothing new about that. Simply because people change party because of changes in philosophy or because of changes in circumstances does not make the situation abominable.
Let me ask, is it because they see that the Tinubu political dynasty is a moving train which they cannot stop? Whether they believe in the driver or not, for as long as they can ride safe, they enter, and therefore they join APC.
You see, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is one person that needs to be studied. His way of doing things needs to be studied. And anything he does so with careful calculation. He has vision. And he is not a person or a man that is in a haste to arrive at his destination recklessly. He always moves cautiously. So if people see him doing things, particularly people who have studied him, check his antecedents, and they begin to align with what he does, I don't think those people are being careless. I think they are reasoning with wisdom, and they are doing that which ought to be done in a system that is maturing, particularly a system like Nigerian political system.
But let me just take from our own experience, our collective experience, the experience of you and I. It is tough paying house rent today. Very tough. It is tough filling the tank of your car and coming to work every day. Very tough. It's tough receiving money from your sons or your daughters because as the money lands, the taxman takes away something. It is tough. It is tough going to the pharmacy to buy your drugs if you are at my age, for instance. Bala, it is tough. Do you know that it is tough to buy fruits to eat on a regular basis? Bala, it is tough. Can I talk about insecurity that is challenging the country? It is tough. And these are the products of an APC government that has become so attractive for these bridegrooms to move in. What is so solicit? What is wonderful about this APC groom? That, unless you disagree with me, what I've just said, that becomes so attractive for all the ladies, political ladies, to be extending their hand to say, look, marry me.
Well, all the things you listed about life and the situation Nigeria finds itself today being tough are true. But the toughest of them all is the ability and the strength to accept change. Change is the toughest thing for anybody that is living, because people always want to remain in the situation they are for fear of the unknown. They don't know what the next thing will be, as a result of which they are fearful accepting change. The APC as a party is a progressive party. By progressive, it means it is a party that is open to reforms. It is a party that is always willing to make changes that will pave way for forward movement. And for you to do that, it is like a person or a chef that is in the kitchen trying to make omelette. He or she necessarily has to break eggs. The chicken that laid the eggs will not want that egg or eggs broken. The person that is breaking the eggs will not be loved by the chicken. While he or she is breaking those eggs, he or she may be seen as rendering damage or carrying out demolitions. But when the omelette is laid on the table, on the dining table, and you commence eating,
it becomes a sumptuous meal.
Sumptuous meal. So that is the situation the APC finds itself today. Yes, it's tough to fill tanks. It's tough to eat. It's tough to parent. It's tough to do this. It's tough to do that. But we are beginning to see the fruits of the labor of bringing that tough situation. As I speak to you today, there is no fueling station in Abuja that has queues. Time was when, in an amber period like this, people queue up in fueling stations for weeks to get fuel. Today, fuel is expensive, but it's available. Time was when nobody will dare come to the location of this studio where we are now because of insecurity. Bombs were blowing up everywhere in Abuja, the seat of power. Today, you can drive blindfolded anywhere. You don't see sandbags, you don't see security men, you don't see people frisking, checking you before you enter supermarket, mosque, church, or wherever, because of improvement in security. Yes, time was when food was very expensive. Even at the onset of this government, rice was very high. The price of rice was very high. But believe you me, check the situation in the market today. The needle is turning down, which means changes are introduced, which started with pain, but people are beginning to get relief. So changes, when they are introduced, they always come to the people with fear, anxiety, uncertainty. So they tend to hold back. They don't want to accept them. But once they accept them, and they accept them in good faith, and the government that is introducing the changes is doing so with the interest of the people at heart, like the APC is doing, sooner or later, people will come to realize that, yes, APC is a party that means well for the people, it means well for the country, it means well for democracy. And that's what we're doing.
But I'm not going to put pressure on you respect of economic policies. The core of this conversation really is on APC as a party. But since we have broached the matter of the economy a little bit, just give me only 5 minutes, let us dwell on it a little longer. The report of the IMF just last week was not rosy for Nigeria. And let me recall that in my interview with Uba Ahmed, the then strongman of MPN, the National Party of Nigeria, under Alhaji Shehu Shagari, he said to me that the very policies, I'm not putting these words, that the very policies that Tinubu has accepted today, which Babangida broached, which late President General Buhari rejected in 1979, I think 1983, and rejected while he was president. That why they rejected those policies were because at the inception, the same policies were recommended to Japan at the end of the Second World War. Japan tried it and discovered that its economy was going down. It turned it down. In modern society, Argentina tried it and got into chaos. They recommended it to Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is in a mess. Ghana accepted it a few years ago. Ghana is turning back on it. After they praised Ghana and praised Ghana. And now we are buying it hook, line, and sinker. Is it because we have wonderful economic manager that can manage the toughness of these policies? Or are we giving ourselves a way to be managed from Washington? Please help me.
You see, if we go back to what the IMF said about our economic situation,
yes, it wasn't rosy.
We must not take the words of IMF as the words of God.
Yeah, but
it's a question
the same policies that we're implementing were recommended from Washington by them, by the experts. They have given it to us once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. 3 or 4 administrations rejected them, and now Tinubu is, no, I won't say Tinubu now. The APC is bold enough to embrace it. And you're telling me it's change, the pain that comes with it. Please help me.
You see, the fact that you try a method, it fails, does not mean if I try the same method, it necessarily must fail. It's all a question of method, determination, and the will to stand to the meaning of perspective. What I see as a glass half empty may be seen as glass half full by you. And depending on how we do it, we'll still arrive at the same or better level of the water. So IMF prescription for Nigeria from Washington may not necessarily be the solution to Nigeria's problem. After all, America is the most indebted nation in the world.
And we're trying to compete.
And America has the driver. It all depends on the will of the pilot. Distance to destination may differ even if you travel at the same speed. So Nigeria under APC is implementing a domestic solution to domestic problems. And we believe if there is patience and perseverance by the people, we are going to defeat the naysayers. The critics can say whatever they wish to say, but we are optimistic and we believe in what we are doing, that the end will justify the means, and at the end of the day, we are going to get out of the woods.
But let's come to the APC as a political party. When I was introducing this program, I said that political parties have their objectives. There are functions they are supposed to be playing within the polity. And that if they themselves are shredded or confused or there's internal conflict, can they deliver on the mandate or the expectations of the people? And you and I began by saying that APC has been rolling on the drums, and we justify rolling on the drums because in politics you want more number, create more perspectives for as long as you can deliver the dividends of democracy. Let us look at those that APC is accepting in to the party. I began by telling us the entire data structure collapsed. Now the governor of Bayelsa State, the entire structure in Akwa Ibom State, the big story from the southeast, the entire ENUGU State moving into APC. Ambala, you are into politics. Each of these entrants into APC and their followers have or has a political ambition. Some of them aspire to being commissioners, some of them aspire to being senior special assistants, some of the next 15, 10 years, whatever it is. Some of them aspire to being governors. Some of them want to push their sons or daughters or friends or associates into party offices so that they can control certain things. And these positions are limited in number. And so the contest will be fiercer, more contentious, if not more acrimonious. Your party, the APC, is it strong enough to withstand all these forces around it, centripetal forces that will pull it apart? Does it have the mechanism? Does it have the capacity? Not when it's accommodating so many strong men. Can you help me?
One of the things the APC is trying to teach politicians or the country or democracy is the importance of the virtue of patience, tolerance, doing things in turns. We all can't be the president of this country at the same time. It has to be one president at a time. But we all have the right to aspire to have the ambition of being the president of this country all the time. It is a legitimate ambition. But if we believe in patience, perseverance, and the importance of allowing things to happen when they are supposed to happen, there will be no stampede in getting to the position of the president. If I may take you down the lane of history, the present president of the country, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, had said so long ago that being the president of Nigeria is a lifetime ambition. And he had what it takes to be the president of this country more than 20 years ago. He made people to be teaching people to be patient, to go by the rules of teaching people to be patient, to go by the rules of the book of the party, and to behave as matured politicians. So that is why all this fear of people with conflicting or competing interests coming together will lead the party into implosion or collapsing will not happen. As long as the people coming into the party have agreed to work by the terms and the references that are given out by the leadership of the party, all those fears will be cleared. The APC has all those fears will be cleared. The APC has established the Progressive Institute, which is aimed at cleansing the minds and making politicians to understand how to play politics without bitterness. So there will be less of those things that people fear within the APC and in its struggle to fill candidates for position. As I speak to you today, the party had endorsed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a second time in the event that he accepts to contest. But as I speak to you, he has not said he has accepted that offer. Which means...
this is a critical comment you're making, because Nigerians would want to hear it again, that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is a member of the All Progressives Congress APC, who is still to finish running his first term, has not yet, mark that word, has not yet accepted that he will run for a second term. Can you repeat that?
Yes. The party in its midterm clinic had endorsed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a second term in the event that he indicates interest. In the event that he indicates interest. The party said it has no objection
if he does
indicate interest.
But he who be given that opportunity is yet to indicate interest.
Officially, he has not done so. So, yeah, you see, it means desperation is not there. It means the fear that it's going to be a do or die affair is not there. It means the president is more interested in finishing the term he was mandated to do than thinking about a second term. That is not to say he will not at a later time come to indicate interest. If he does so, and it is at the right time, that is not in conflict with the electoral provision, so be it. I am sure the party will not change its position. I am sure there will be a way where other people who have similar interests from the party will be made to see reason, or they will be asked to go ahead and contest against him through a transparent primary that will bring out a winner. So these are some of the things the party is doing to discard the fear of implosion, the fear of collapse, or the fear of conflicting interests creating problem for the party as of the time of interest of fielding candidates.
Bala, are we talking in Nigeria, you and I this morning, or are we talking in heaven? You know the Nigerian politician. Over time, why would, but please, suppose I was a member, I decided to join APC this morning. At my age, I'm heading to 8 years. Will ask me to be patient because I want to be president before I die? How will you teach me that lesson? I want to be president. Atiku Abubakar is 70-something, close to 80, and somebody tells him, be patient. Can I bring another Nigerian? Maybe when Edwin Clark was alive and if he was interested, you tell him to be patient. Can you tell me a patient politician in Nigeria? I'll agree with you, this philosophy of patience. I'll agree with you. Because we are not all young people in the party.
Well, I can tell you one, confidently and comfortably. One patient politician in Nigeria today is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I can tell you that he has demonstrated patience, and his patience has paid off. The beauty of life is that death has no calendar. You are much older than me, but that is not to say I will live longer than you. That is something for destiny.
And left for
that
God.
is something ordained by God. So patience does not mean you have a boarding pass to board your plane and that the time is not announced and you feel by the time the time is announced it will be too late for you. No. Nobody knows when he will go. You may live probably longer than 100 and something. That is God's
if it is so
destined. And may that be, and may God give you the health and wealth to live through.
Amen.
So patience, by what? By definition, is the ability to be tolerant, to be calm, collective, and take out anxiety. That is why people who go into the hospital and they are on admission, or even if they are not on admission, they are treated as outpatients. They are nicknamed patient because the doctor is going to administer medication on you, and you must not come with the anxiety that you have to be relieved of that ache. No. Just be patient. You have come in as a diseased person. By the grace of God, you'll be discharged as an eased person. So patience here in politics is just the patience to follow the rules, the patience to have confidence in the system, the patience to continue believing in the dictates and terms of democracy. Don't be impatient as to do that which will discredit democracy and truncate what is planned for the betterment of the country for long. That's what I mean by patience.
Okay. Well, signature morning this morning, we're looking at all the harvest of defections into APC. Will APC be able to manage it, I ask? Bala, the director of publicity for APC, says to me, they have a mechanism and they have a philosophy of patience. Take it easy. It could be your turn. We take a short break, and when we return, this patience, this collapsing of opposition into APC, and it's going around the country. ABGA is endorsing Tinubu, PDP governor endorsing Tinubu, the party itself is endorsing his candidature, even though Bala says the president has not officially indicated his intention. What will it lead to? In contrast with, or in fact to, multi-party democracy. Is Nigeria headed towards a one-party state? As APC rolls out the drum, harvesting these defections and political parties collapsing their entire structure into APC, And APC now bringing the new doctrine of patience, making sure that the rabbits don't begin to bite their tails. Are we all collapsing into Soviet Union? Charles Dickens, I've always said on this program, said, ask no questions and you'll be told no lies. This morning, we asked Bala questions after this short break. Please stay with us. You are welcome back. I still have my guest in the studio, Bala Ibrahim, Director, Publicity, All Progressives Congress, the ruling party in Nigeria. Bala, before we went on the short break, I painted a scenario. The parties are collapsing to APC and APC is rejoicing. And you have used this expression, the dividends of democracy. And democracy is not a one-party situation. Democracy means choices, many parties. Now, if opposition progressively collapses into all progressives Congress, and there is only one general standing, are we in a democracy? Are we in a multi-party democracy? Are we heading towards one-party APC state?
That there should be no minority. No, there can be minority. But that is not to say if the minority is willing to move with the majority, you must fence them, you must stop them, you must prevent them. No.
It is their choice.
It's their choice. Democracy gives choice and it wants people to align with their choice. And nobody should deny anyone the right to choose. So the more the merrier. The more people move to the APC for us as a progressive party, the more we rejoice and the better for us, and it's not in conflict with the wishes of democracy.
But I suppose it's not in conflict with the wishes of democracy if all of us join APC.
It is not in conflict. If all of us, all of you, if you decide to join, actually there are enough seats in the bus. If all of you decide to join the APC,
all well and good.
Well and good. There is nothing wrong with that, and nobody should deny you. Because to do otherwise is to run contrary to the ambition of democracy. Oh, very good. But that is not to say the APC is working towards a one-party state. No, it is not doing so. People are misunderstanding a majority system of government and a one-party system of government. For you to have a one-party system of government, a lot has to be done. A lot. In fact, it calls for constitutional review.
Including all of us willingly joining one party.
Yes. There has to be a deliberate change in the constitution to accommodate a one-party system. That is what is happening, for instance, in China. That is what is happening, for instance, in North Korea. That is what is happening in Cuba. That is what is happening even close home, Eritrea. You have to change the constitution. So there is a difference between majority,
the people's choice,
very good,
and a constitutional provision.
Yes, a deliberate constitutional provision that prohibits opposition is different from deliberate decision of the people to align or move with the majority, which is in line with the ambition of democracy. Right? Nobody should stop the wish of the majority. The minority can do their objection and say, and they must be given the right to air their views. But that is not to say they should stop the majority, because their own wish or their right stops where the right of the majority begins. So these are constitutional provisions that have been taken care of, and they are in line with the wish or ambition of democracy. And that is exactly what the APC is doing.
Let me quote an APC senator, a gentleman I respect because we began meeting ourselves in the days of Ibrahim Babangida. Distinguished Senator Adams Oshiomhole, who spoke, not to me, open political campaign on television. And he said, if you join APC, all your sins are forgiven. So, If APC comes and shows you your sins, Bala, you can join them and your sins are forgiven. If APC comes and waves a tablet of my sins before me and I see them, I just go and join APC and all my sins are forgiven. Bala, in all conscience, I want to look you square in the face. Are you sure that these people joining APC are people whose sins and the tablets of their sins have not been displayed to them and they decide to join APC in order to be forgiven? Are you sure of that?
Okay. Let's go in line with the rights.
Distinguished Senator Adams Oshiomhole.
Yes, and the right to express opinion. Everyone has the right to express his opinion. Everyone has an opinion, and your own opinion is just one out of the multitudes of opinion. Adams Oshiomhole is a distinguished senator. He was a governor. He was the president of the Nigeria Labour Congress. He has been everything. But I can tell you one thing about Adam Oshiomhole. Adam Oshiomhole is a Democrat who believes in other people's right as well. Adam Oshiomhole is not above the Constitution. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is above Adam Oshiomhole. And if Adam Oshiomhole says something that runs contrary to the Constitution, the position of the Constitution prevails over the position of Adam Oshiomhole. I can tell you, although Adam Oshiomhole is a lawmaker, the law has not been changed in favor of that position he prescribed. So also sins differ. There may be forgivable sins, there may be unforgivable sins. In my religion, Islam, there are sins you commit and God forgives you, and there are sins you commit, God will not forgive you. Nobody, he said so. If you join another person with him, he will not forgive you. But all other sins, let coming, abusing someone and what have you or whatever, can be forgiven. So if Adam Oshiomhole says anyone that joins the APC and he has sins, his sins are forgiven, I can tell you that is not valid. As we speak today, the last entrant before the latest, the former governor of Delta State, was told in unmistakable language by the EFCC, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, that his sins are still being looked into and that investigations are ongoing and he will be prosecuted accordingly. If he comes out clean, so be it. But if he has questions to answer, he must answer them. He is an APC new entrant. He's a member of the APC.
So his sins are still hanging there.
Very good.
Like a sort of Damocles waiting for him.
Very good. The former governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, the last time I checked, he's still a member and a strong supporter of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and APC. He's still undergoing prosecution. His sins have not been forgiven or forgotten. This is to tell you that if you have sins and you join the APC,
your sins are not forgiven.
They are not forgiven until you are tried, and if you are not found wanting, that is the only time.
It's the court that will forgive you.
It is the court that will forgive you, not the party. So people who think crossing over to APC is crossing over to a safe haven and their sins will be forgiven, they are getting it wrong. And probably Adams Oshiomhole said something which may not necessarily
help those who...
Yes, that's it. So the APC is not a party that condones illegality, corruption, misdeed in office, and you think once you join the party, shikena, you have gotten it, you get away with it. No, you join the party and you still face charges if there are questions asked about misconduct against you.
But let me shift a little bit into an ambush, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Everybody has been endorsing Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I watched the goings on in the Northeast Zonal meeting about 3 months ago. Why are they not endorsing the vice president?
We walk by the book. We walk by the provision of the rules of the party, and we walk by the provisions of the Constitution. In the Constitution, as far as I am concerned, I'm not a lawyer. It is one presidency. You don't have a ticket for the president and a different ticket for the vice president. If you have a president, it is assumed that he will come with a vice president. That is the provision of the Constitution. That is the position of the party. It has not changed. So it is not for the party to be talking about a president and a vice president. It's a twin ticket. They are together. Wherever the president is mentioned, it should be assumed. It should be assumed that there is a vice president, because the vice president will stand in the event of the absence of the president. So for people who are thinking that every time they say Tinubu, they must say Shettima, no, I think they are getting it wrong. Don't forget, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu got the ticket to contest, for the first time in the democratic history of this country, we had the term placeholder vice president. He didn't mention his vice president. Rather, he named someone as placeholder. That was the first time that terminology was used in our presidential system of government. Later, when it was time, they removed that placeholder and put in the right holder. And that's how Kashim Shettima emerged. So when he said placeholder and placeholder was used, nobody, there were no hues and cries.
There was a name in that placeholding position.
Yes, there was a name in that place, Ibrahim Masari. Yes. He was named as placeholder. But Ibrahim Masari knew then that he was not going to be the vice president. He was only sitting under the noun placeholder. He is not going to be the vice president. At that time, Kashim Shettima was not in contention, at least to the public. So what stops those people, the mischief makers who are saying Kashim Shettima is not being endorsed, is not being mentioned, from assuming that it's possible for that placeholder position to replay? It's all possible. So as far as the Constitution is concerned, as far as the party is concerned, as far as the presidency is concerned, it is a single presidency. So we should not be splitting them and say Vice President Kashim Shettima must be mentioned alongside President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
But these are endorsements. They are not primaries, they are not elections. In other words, the party is expressing its acceptance that each candidate for the next election, as you and I have observed in this conversation, is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I've enumerated here the levels of APC that have endorsed Tinubu. The National Working Committee, they have endorsed him. The APC, Progressive Governors, they have endorsed him. A number of zonal parts of the party, they have endorsed him. As in fact, some PDP governors have endorsed him. So a number of groups have endorsed. Why is it difficult to say, look, let the ticket that has delivered this far, as you told me this morning, the Tinubu administration has done this, done that, money depend, we have turned the corner, as the president himself has said, and things are improving. It's a joint ticket. It's a single ticket. And that ticket is delivering according to you. If that ticket has delivered, why do we endorse one person and keep silent on the other person? But I want to be unkind to you. Is APC contemplating dropping Shettima Kashima as vice president?
I will ask with a question.
Please do.
Why aren't the doubting Thomases that want to extricate Kashim Shettima from the ticket, why are they not thinking otherwise? Why are they not saying or thinking that since the president is endorsed, it is a joint ticket and that Kashim Shettima as the vice president is included. Why are they not taking that line?
Can I answer that question without that question?
Yes, sir.
Please, Bala, has the vice president, by virtue of endorsement of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, been endorsed as in the single ticket?
What the party did exactly, let me put it to you, was a vote of confidence on the presidency. A vote of confidence was passed at the presidency, on the presidency, by the party. That clinic was carried out at the presidency, and it was a vote of confidence passed on the presidency, and Kashim Shettima is part of the presidency.
Can I extrapolate? You didn't say so. Can I extrapolate?
Go ahead.
What Bala has said this morning is that by the endorsement of the presidency, by the vote of confidence on the presidency by the APC, it means holders of that ticket have been endorsed. Am I correct?
Impliedly including Kashim Shettima.
Thank you very much. That's our conversation for this morning. The collapsing of so many political structures into the APC, the management of these big guns and many of these rabbits in one single hole, the new doctrine of patience, take it easy, do things turn by turn, don't be in a hurry. Not even old age should make you to be in a hurry. The endorsement of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, it is the vote of confidence in the presidency. In other words, the holders of that presidential ticket, a vote of confidence has been passed on them. I've asked the questions. Bala has given us answers. The conclusions are yours to make. He's made clear information available to us. What remains for me is to thank Bala Ibrahim, the Director of Publicity of APC, for finding time to be on our program this morning. Bala, thank you very much.
It's my pleasure, Chief. It's my pleasure being here.
And the conversation never stops. We keep making it an interesting morning every morning, Monday to Friday. My name is Mwabo Zenjoko. Have a great day and good morning.
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Hamad al-Shara, President of the Syrian Arab Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful. The Syrian story is filled with emotions, and it mixes pain with hope. The Syrian story is a story of struggle between good and evil, and between the weak right cause that has no supporter except God. Our story is one of the lessons of history, and it is an embodiment of noble human meanings and values in this eternal struggle between good and evil. We find the Syrian story that tells a new chapter of the struggle, one filled with creativity and determination and patience and torture and pain and sacrifice and clinging on to noble customs and values and hard work and relying on God. All these are tools for truth against injustice and falsehood. Your Excellencies, Mr. Secretary General, Madam President of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, may the peace of God be upon you. I come to you from Damascus, the capital of history and the cradle of civilizations, a beautiful country that has taught the world the meaning of civilization and the value of human beings and coexistence, to be a beacon for the world. Syria, however, for 60 years fell under rule that disregard. For long years we've suffered injustice and deprivation and oppression. Then we rose in claiming our dignity. The previous regime has used and sectarian strife and used drugs against our people and the world. It has torn our country apart and brought forth fighters from around the world. The former regime killed around 1 million innocent people and displaced thousands and millions. And gentlemen, the unarmed people were attacked using chemical weapons. Our women and children have inhaled toxic gases, all this to silence truth. And with all this criminality, there was no language for solution. Despite the offers, this people had no means and choice but to organize itself and to organize that prioritized tolerance and that did not target civilians. It targeted justice without vengeance. We restored our right and we became victorious for sake of our grievances. We were victorious for the mothers of martyrs and for all of you, people of the world, for the future of our children and yours. And we paved the way for the return of refugees, and we destroyed the trafficking of drugs. Accordingly, Syria has transformed from an exporter of crisis to an opportunity for peace for Syria and the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this unique Syrian achievement and the solidarity between our peoples have led us to try to uproot sectarianism and to fight against attempts to divide our country once again. But the Syrian people are aware enough to understand and to resist. We form in this context Israeli strikes and attacks against my country continue, and Israeli policies contradict